morning, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled for today, Tuesday, December 19th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing post-ESSER funding. The public will have an opportunity to participate in this work session to provide public comment will not have an opportunity because this is not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken, and there will be no pre-agenda period in which the public normally addresses the school board on relevant topics that are related to the work of the board. But thank you so much, everyone who is in the chambers with us, for joining us this morning. Board members are all attending in person. I do want to remind the public and board members that we will not be engaging in outside electronic or digital communication during the meeting so that we can focus our full attention on the business before the board. To my fellow board members and district staff, when speaking, please make sure that your microphone is turned on and speak directly into it so our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear directly. I don't know why I didn't pick up on this before, but when I say you're speaking, I mean when you're speaking to us or the public. If you're sitting in the audience and speaking to each other, just stop it and pay attention. No, sorry. Playing around, just kidding. All right, we will now rise from a moment of silence, and I'll invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is Maria coming to
All right. Dr. Vasquez, I will turn this meeting over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we will be presenting to the board the outcomes of our recommendations moving forward with Esser funding. As you know, we are coming to that time where the money is going away. We have been analyzing the various initiatives. Some of the initiatives and dollars that were associated with Esser were temporary spends and have gone back into our general budget. Some of the items or some of the programs that were funded through Esser, the team has deemed either through data or replication of services or resources that they will sunset at the end of the funding. But there's approximately just shy of $28 million worth of services and supports that we have seen a positive return on investment, that we have also noted the benefits to our students and are at a point where we need to start having the conversation about whether we sunset, as we originally discussed. If you recall, when we received, I think it's just shy of $750 million through the 3 Esser funds, we said these are temporary, and that when the money evaporates or goes away, so do the services and supports, unless there are additional dollars. At this point, we have no indication that there's going to be any additional money coming our way. And so the conversations that we have been having have led us to this moment in time. I believe that this is going to be the first of our conversations. Our goal is to present to you from the various divisions what we believe to be an item of consideration, if the board so chooses. And if you choose for us to investigate further, that we would come back at a later date with recommendations about where the money for that particular item would come from. I do need to be clear that anything that we look to fund from the general budget would require a cut someplace else. Anything funded through grants, if there aren't additional dollars for that grant, would also mean cuts to items in the current grants that are funding similar initiatives. So we are hoping that the conversation, the dialogue will help give us direction as to our next steps as we look to either supplement or make a final decision regarding these services. Several members of our team will be presenting. We will be starting off with our Chief Financial Officer, Doreen Concolino.
Thank you, Superintendent Vasquez. Good morning, Chair Jacobs, school board members, and Superintendent Vasquez. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government provided elementary and secondary school emergency relief, or Esser, funding to school districts across the U.S., which has been critical to the health, safety, and academic welfare of our students. This funding will expire in September of 2024, bringing to fruition the fiscal cliff often talked about. As a result of the loss of this funding, the school board will need to make tough decisions about the future of ESSER-funded staff positions and programs. On today's agenda, the district leadership team will present to you an overview of our ESSER funding. They will identify initiatives to be eliminated, as well as examine current ESSER-funded programs and positions and their associated costs. The board's prioritization of these initiatives will be vital to future budget development. To conclude, the presentation will highlight the programs and positions that have been contained within the 2024 operating budget and those planned for the 2025 operating budget. And finally, there will be a quick overview of the district's 2025 financial obligations and the governor's budget recommendations. And now I will turn it over to Kim Gilbert, Senior Director of Federal Programs, who will provide you an overview of ESSER funding and highlight the initiatives to be eliminated.
Good morning. The district received funding across 3 awards: the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act, passed in March of 2020. It was intended to provide districts with emergency relief funds to address the impact COVID-19 had on the safety and the barriers to providing educational services. As we moved to ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, the intention was to reopen schools safely and accelerate learning while mitigating learning loss. Funds will be fully expended by September 30, 2024, with high expectations for student learning being our highest expenditure area at 53%, followed by efficient operations at 25%. Although support of student resiliency only shows 3%, the district did provide over $30 million in additional support to our students through the Mental Health Fund and the Youth and Mental First Aid Funds. The team collectively met and chose to eliminate the initiatives above because they were not a priority at this time or funding is being sought from other funding sources. The items that you see highlighted in yellow will be continued utilizing other grant funding opportunities. Items in red were a supplement to the general fund and as such will be continued moving forward with general funds. In addition, at the conclusion of ESSER in September of 2024, ESSER-related bonuses and supplements to be eliminated are as follows: the recruitment retention bonus, our ESE critical teacher shortage supplements, staffing specialist supplements, speech and language supplements. Over the past 3 years, this equated to $76.9 million paid out to employees across all divisions. Now I will be turning it over to other members of the Chief Academic Office to share their requests. And we'll start off with Josie Medina, the Senior Director for Multilingual Services.
During the 2020-2021 FTE audit, 79% of the selected schools received findings under State Rule 6A-6.0901, which establishes EL student plan mean a written document or electronic file which contains the student's name, the date the plan was completed, instruction by program, including programs other than ESOL provided, amount of instructional time or instructional schedule, the date the student's limited English proficiency is identified, and assessment data used to classify or reclassify the student as an English language learner, the date of exit and assessment data used to exit students from the ESOL program. OCPS corrective measure included an action item to establish a complete EL plan that includes all the required elements as established in Statute 6A-6.0901. The Elevation Platform is a comprehensive EL management platform that organizes all EL student data, supports critical meetings and monitoring processes, and enables accurate reporting for multilingual students. The cost of Elevation Platform for the 24-25 school year is $378,000. The platform helps build expertise for all schools serving multilingual learners by streamlining administrative processes and meeting state compliance requirements, making informed instructional decisions and tracking ELO students' program placement, monitoring student progress effectively and efficiently. From the start of the 23-24 school year, we've had 53,052 logins, 6,851 total current active users, 290,526 total reports generated, and 187,125 parent letters generated. Among those reports, 107,600 were notification of annual placement, 97,139 ELL plans, 34,143 notification of eligibility, 23,806 parental notice of ELA committee meetings, and 4,867 program exit. The American Institute for Research is conducting a program evaluation on the implementation of the Elevation Platform, and we are expected to receive a report by the end of the 23-24 school year. Now, Dr. Russo, Senior Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction and Digital Learning.
Before we move on, we have a question or comment from Vice Chair.
Thank you. Can we get the notes that you guys are reading? Because it has a lot of really important information, and it's hard to write it all down. So if we could just get the notes from what you're reading for this presentation, that'd be fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now. Yes, honestly, the sooner the better, because I'm in the same situation. Like I can't.
I can't write down that fast.
Yeah.
Data points.
But the data is really important to us, so thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Study Island Science has been implemented in grades 3 through 8 to provide the opportunity for students to build fluency with science concepts and vocabulary. The district-wide cost is $190,000. During the 21-22 school year, the OCPS Research Department conducted a correlational study on the implementation of Study Island Science in 5th grade. The results indicated a positive and significant effect between the completion of lessons in Study Island and the proficiency on Progress Monitoring Activity 3 and the statewide science assessment. The recommendation from the outcomes of the study was to continue the implementation as the resource was strongly aligned with the expected acquisition of science knowledge for students. During the 22-23 school year, Study Island expanded implementation to support teacher instruction and student learning for grades 3 through 8. Study Island usage increased during the 2-year implementation, demonstrating an increase from an average of 188,000 logins per month in the 22-23 school year to an average of 290,000 logins per month over the first few months of the 22-23 school year. District proficiency also rose during this time period on the 5th grade statewide science assessment, increasing from 52% in 2022 to 59% in 2023. The score surpasses the pre-pandemic average of 53% and exceeds the state average of 51%. In addition, during the short time using Study Island in 6th through 8th grade, proficiency on the 8th grade science statewide science assessment increased by 1% to 50% in 2023, despite a state average drop to 47%. These were both historic highs. IXL is a standard-aligned mathematics supplemental program used for students to fill potential learning gaps and prerequisite skills and/or add valuable practice for grade-level skills. Through grant funding, OCPS has implemented a district-wide purchase for Algebra 1 and Geometry to support our OCPS teachers and students. IXL was initially purchased in the 21-22 school year as a supplemental resource for Algebra 1. Which success on the end of course exam is a current graduation requirement. Implementation expanded to geometry in the 22-23 school year due to usage and expressed need for practice and scaffolds. School administrators, teachers, and students have found value in this product due to the ability to receive immediate feedback and the support it provides teachers to use results to respond to data in real time. Approximately 32,000 Algebra 1 and Geometry students are utilizing IXL and OCPS, with 44% of the students averaging 15 or more math questions per week. Since implementing IXL district-wide for Algebra and Geometry, there has been an 8% increase in proficiency on Algebra 1 end-of-course exam, and during year 1 of Geometry implementation, there was a 3% increase in proficiency. Both OCPS and the state have not returned to pre-pandemic numbers, yet OCPS has made steady progress, moving from 5% below the state average in algebra during the 21-22 school year to within 1% on the most recent end-of-course exam. Geometry was 6% below the state average in the 22-23 and is now within 2% on the most recent end-of-course exam. While we know these positive outcomes do not rest on one program or tool, what IXL has accomplished is providing a standard-aligned way to support a teacher's ability to address both learning gaps and provide aligned practice of grade-level standards. I would like to now pass over the presentation to Executive Director of Student Services, Mary
Okay.
Bridges.
Mr. Russo, before we
Yes,
move forward, let me call on the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be able to provide you the notes after everyone has individual notes. And so they will compile them and give them to, if there is anything that you would like for them to repeat as part of the presentation, we can pause at that time so you can make note of that. We'll try and go a little bit slower.
Thank you, Superintendent. I do have one question for you on the third bullet point, the 32,000 Algebra 1 students. What percent of our students taking Algebra 1 is the 32,000?
So that is about 63% of our
63?
students, and this was one indicator. So kids log in through our Launchpad and then also log in through Canvas. So we're going to confirm that the 32,000, because that number could be greater. But as of now, it was a possible 65,000 students, so this was 63%.
Okay, thank you very much. And then you're going to confirm if through those other outlets, applications, there were more.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, the
thank you.
number could be greater.
Okay.
And we use IXL in a number of other areas.
Great.
So we're seeing about over 2 million logins per month, but there's a number of other ways we use IXL in other
All right,
courses.
thank you. When you have that, even if it's the same, just respond back to the board so we all know. Let me call, I have several board members, so stay put if you would. Let's hear from Member Gould.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First of all, if the legislation passes to eliminate algebra as a requirement, would students still need this?
That's a great question. What we have found is that students who enter Algebra 1 or Geometry come in at many different levels. and we're always looking for additional practice. So the answer would be yes, because one, it would provide support for any foundations or skills that dip below algebra to help with that practice. And then the second piece is it gives practice for the students and immediate feedback so the teacher can respond to that data.
Is that how it's being used now, or is it just
Yes.
purely remediation? Okay.
It's used in both ways.
Okay. And then does this keep them making improvements during their normal class time, or is this additional work that they have to do and they miss like an extracurricular or CTE class to do it?
This is incorporated into the standard block of time. In some grade levels, there might be an additional block based on the need of that individual student. So there are some intervention courses that might align with Algebra 1 or geometry on certain levels, but it is written into the scope and sequence to allow for rotations and for time during the class period.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My mother was a math person. I was not. I had a hard time drawing the number 4. But anyway, one of my concerns, Member Gould brought it up, because so many of our students in our schools, they can't participate in CTE programs because of the need for remediation in the math and with the algebra and the geometry. And, you know, I've always tried to wonder, is it a necessity to get into college? Or, I mean, it just seemed to be bogged down with that. But I did want to also say to you, so I guess to get some clarification, you said that the increase was made with our math, but it didn't go as high as it did pre-pandemic. Could you get that to me again?
Yeah, I looked through the state numbers just to see if there were certain, where we were pre-pandemic to where we are now. So we have made an increase from starting at 49% and then moving all the way to 52%. So in 2021, or the 2021 school year, we were all the way down at 49%.
Yeah.
So then prior to that, we were even higher than 52%, which is our most recent end of course exam.
So that probably had a lot to do with our grades, right, for our schools and so forth.
As far,
It's
can you
going
clarify?
up the grades.
Yeah, yeah, these are,
Yeah, 'cause-
EOCs are part of the acceleration points that high school and middle schools receive.
Okay, well, I'm grateful for the increase. Increase is always good. So thank you. But I do have a real concern about the remediation that may keep our students from being a part of the CTE programs. All right, so thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Felder. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair. So in the IXL, is it mostly used in high school? So I guess what I'm getting at, is it students that are taking algebra a little later, like usually in high school versus middle school? Where are we using this program the most?
In both.
In both?
In middle school and high school. The request came in originally around algebra as another set of supports. A number of schools were purchasing this or trying to find funds to purchase this. So then we brought it into the middle schools where we're seeing the usage, and then even more so for the high schools with the varying abilities of students taking the course later on in their progression.
Are we finding that by using IXL that it's reducing the amount of students that have to take remediation for algebra? I guess it would, right? Because if we have 8% proficiency, they're passing the EOCs, they wouldn't need to be remediated, and they might have to go to remediation prior?
It is one of the pieces that seems to be having a positive impact.
Okay.
Outside of this, we did bring IXL into our standard courses. So some of those courses preceding algebra in the hopes to catch it sooner within the block, because to the earlier point about students having a second period or an extra period for remediation, a lot of that is happening in that same block of time, so this can differentiate instruction. So we do have it prior to reaching algebra, in the hopes that we do catch more and more students there, so there's less remediation happening. But it also does help with the practice, so when they learn a concept, they have additional problems that they can work through and get immediate feedback as far as if it was right, wrong, what types of corrections they need to make.
Well, is it having, and maybe we don't know the answer to this yet, is it having any effect on helping them pass a concordant test with a concordant score if they can't pass the Algebra 1 EOC to get their graduation, to get their diploma?
I think it would be one of the pieces, but I can look into that to see what other programs are used to support the concordance.
The SAT, is that the only thing we're allowed to use currently for the concordant score? The ACT and the SAT, is that it? Are those the only two things? I know we can't do the PERT.
So may I?
The classical exam?
Right, the classed exam is something that the state is allowing. There are some benefits and some drawbacks on that. So the team has actually been discussing the possibility of having our students take the new class tests that will give them a concordance score or help give them a concordance score. The data shows that it appears to be a little bit easier to attain a concordance score with that new test.
That's good news. And then circling back to Study Island, do the teachers enjoy Study Island? Are they enjoying that platform?
It appears so, based on the usage that we're seeing in the classrooms.
Okay.
And a lot of the content trainings we do tie into how they're utilizing it and then using that data to inform their science instruction.
Thank you. And then just, this is more of a general question for the superintendent. So September 2024, we know that that's a date that we have to use the dollars by, but do they have to just be obligated or do they actually have to be spent?
They actually have to be spent by that time. We also discussed that if we could, since it's September, purchase for the next school year. No, they have to be spent.
Isn't someone trying to work on that? Isn't there a lot of districts right now, they're having trouble spending the money and they're trying to get, or isn't there some kind of federal loophole that would allow us, if the state agreed?
Well, I know that there are districts that have had a difficult time expending all their dollars. There have been requests for extensions. To date, we have not received anything indicating that it will be extended. We have heard about the state being able to allow that through the federal government. Again, we have not received indication that Florida is taking advantage of that, but we're keeping in tune to those communications, and we'll alert the board if that is an option for Florida and for OCPS.
Final question: would that help us, or are we in good enough shape where it wouldn't matter if that law or they would allow that extension?
We have spent, and I'll defer to Kim Gilbert, but we have spent, I believe, over 90% of our dollars. And the areas that we have not spent, I don't believe you would be able to switch the funding. So if the extension is allowed, it would be for those items that you have not been able to fully spend. So for us, that doesn't apply to any of the items that we're bringing to you today for consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Let's go to Member Castrodano. Member Castrodano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the start of our presentation. A question I have is about, actually to address what Member Gould asked about the algebra requirement. I had a similar question, and I believe it was explained to me that while the current legislation is asking for the test to not be required, the class is still required for graduation. So they still have to pass that, correct?
Correct. There'll be a certain number of math credits that are earned, and they're passing. The legislation is proposing that it's based on their outcome, their grade, and not the EOC.
Okay. And so and I'm not going to belabor this because I know we have a long presentation, but as far as the IXL algebra geometry software, are we, I guess you said that we're not able to really prove the causation of what it caused an increase in our scores. But do we ask teachers and students for their input on what they think is what is making the difference, if that program is helping them, or if they're just going through the motions? I don't know if it's also required by teachers to use or if it is voluntary.
Informally, it's the original purchase was based on the requests in schools looking for more of those practice problems, and finding a software that was not a separate event, but something that could be quick and give some feedback. But that is a good suggestion as far as formally grabbing some of that information. And then what was the second part of that? You asked if they...
If the use of the program...
It is voluntary.
It's voluntary.
Yeah, it's voluntary. And we've seen an increase over the implementation where more and more are engaging it. It started with low usage and looking at algebra scores and giving more practice in algebra to expansion of the use of it. So there's more and more students engaging with it.
Okay, thank you. And I know that making sure that our algebra and geometry courses are adequately resourced is important because those are priority courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kesterden. Member Ferrant.
Okay, just quick question. When we're talking about the IXL, this is then specific just to algebra and geometry. This would not be for funding for IXL for elementary, middle, high school, for any other math, correct?
Correct. In the Esser funds, the algebra and geometry was afforded in this fund.
Okay, because I know with my own children, the IXLs have been extremely helpful in any of them, any grade, but especially for algebra. And I love how it gives immediate feedback if your child doesn't get it. It says, you didn't do well, check below, and it'll go break down play by play of what they did wrong. And then you continue and it helps you understand. And if they're continuing to get them wrong, then they go to the teacher can reteach. But I mean, I've seen firsthand how beneficial it is. And I think for algebra and geometry, definitely would be helpful. So thank you.
Member Salamanca.
Yeah, I'll double tap on what Member Ferrant said. I've visited a number of middle schools who are starting to offer obviously algebra, and they teachers, definitely parents, overwhelmingly are very excited about Excel as being very helpful for their time at home when they're trying to catch them up, or if there's a concept that's really students might be getting stuck on. So I have overwhelmingly heard positive things from parents on their ability to support students at home when they're doing this. I'd always welcome to hear from teachers on how this is being implemented in the classroom, but I was excited to see that IXL is working, and I think I've only personally heard in all my visits positive things. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. That concludes our questions at this time. Let me ask each of our presenters to just pause when you get done so we can field questions from board members. Thank you, Mr. Russo.
Thank you. Turn it over to Mary Bridges.
Thank you. Student services positions. In the 2020-2021 school year, before the pandemic, OCPS was beginning to expand the Student Services Department with more employees to provide direct mental health services. The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act provided state funding for that expansion. At that time, we had expanded our licensed mental health counselors, and we added full-time social workers to all the high schools. When Esser funds became available, we increased our licensed mental health counselor positions to 55, which was adding 23 positions, and we added 54.5 social worker positions, which brought our district total to 185. This allowed us to have a full-time social worker in all middle schools, high schools, and K-8 schools, and an itinerant school social worker assigned to 3 elementary schools each.
We also increased the K-8 school counselor allocations from 1 school counselor to 2 school counselors. The impact the pandemic and today's society has had on students' mental health is immense. According to the National Association on Mental Illness, in 2021, more than 3 in 10 students, which is 33%, felt persistently sad or hopeless, and nearly 1/3 experienced poor mental health. In 2023, 44% of students say they have felt sad or helpless. The current student services model is set up to create consistent direct services on all campuses. Licensed mental health counselors, by being at a school once a week for a full day, can provide Tier 3 mental health counseling for our more severe students, as well as assist in case managing for outside counseling agencies. This year, they have also been able to assist schools that have vacancies with their school counselor or school-based social workers. If the 23 Esser positions are no longer available, the licensed mental health counselors would have between 7 and 8 schools and would not be able to provide any consistent weekly counseling at schools, nor provide assistance to school-based student services team members. The data that shows the return on investment for the licensed mental health counselors can be demonstrated by the increase in students that were able to be identified and provided resources when they had suicidal ideation or threat to self. In 2021, 3,459 students were served. In 21-22, 5,374 students. And in 22-23, 5,737 students received services and resources by our student services team. In 2021, there were 5,119 counseling referrals. In 21-22, 7,514. And in 22-23, there were 8,283. School-based social workers provide Tier 2 direct services like check-ins and skill building, and they are also the counseling member of the school threat management team. In January, a new threat management system will go into effect. The system is more time-consuming and involves more mental health assessments and interviews by the counseling member of the team. It also requires schools to create student support monitoring plans for every student that makes a threat to others, a threat to self, or is a student of concern. If the Esser social worker positions are obsoleted, secondary school counselors that already have student loads of 400 to 500 students each for scheduling, academic counseling, and graduation monitoring would have to be on the school threat management teams and be available to respond to threats to others and threats to self-harm. Itinerant school social workers assist with ESE evaluations and attendance for elementary schools. They currently have 3 schools and are able to provide attendance, ESE, and mental health services for their schools. The return on investment for our school social workers can be seen by how many students they were able to serve with Tier 2 services such as check-ins, group counseling, and individual counseling. Last year, social workers had check-ins with 13,089 students. They had 3,057 students that were served in group counseling sessions and 5,171 students who received individual counseling. Itinerant social workers completed 2,267 ESE evaluations and provided attendance and truancy support to 5,961 students. K-8 schools now have a school counselor for the elementary students who work on resiliency and skill building, as well as a middle school counselor that helps with scheduling, college and career, and resiliency for the middle school students. If those positions are not continued, 1 school counselor would need to perform both those jobs. The real ROI that the school-based student services team, which consists of the school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers, SAFE coordinators, and licensed mental health counselors, is that we finally have a group of employees that meet together regularly and discuss students of concern. They ensure someone have eyes on the students, that they are checking in on them, and they are making sure the students have the services they need. While we continue to try and expand our partnerships with outside agencies, most of them will not serve students without Medicaid or private insurance, and they do not have the relationship piece of being seen by the students as part of the school. If these employees are cut,
Teachers and administrators will not be spending the time they need to be spending on getting back to the basics of educating our students. They will be responding to students in crisis without the proper support of mental health experts.
Thank you. We,
Cost.
yeah.
The cost is for the licensed mental health counselors to keep the 23 positions, it would be $1.97 million. The 54.5 social workers positions would be $4.43 million, and the school counselor positions would be $746,000.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Let me start with Member Gould.
Thank you. Deep breath. On slide 12, if you could go back to slide 12, you talked about the different cohorts and the services to that. On these numbers, what is the most highly served age group?
With suicidal ideation, it's mostly our secondary. So thankfully, we don't have as many of the elementary school students that are really seeking self-harm.
6
and
through 12.
So 6 through 12.
Uh-huh.
For counseling, it's pretty systematic. I could probably get that broken down for you and provide you those numbers so that you could see how many are in the elementary, middle, and high schools.
If we had to cut something here, what would you recommend wasn't continued?
Am I allowed to answer that?
Let me rephrase that. What would have, they all are a profound impact, right? Everything that you talked about, not just on the severe mental health side of a child struggling, but the everyday, what am I going to do with my life component. So if we had to make a choice, where would we have the least impact on our students?
So the state of Florida basically recognizes that certified school counselors, certified psychologists, certified social workers, and licensed mental health counselors can really all provide similar services. So in Orange County, what we've tried to do is kind of break that down. Licensed mental health counselors tend to have more experience with that Tier 3 therapy, so for our more severe students. And then our school counselor, our elementary school counselors and our school social workers tend to do the more resiliency skills, so skills groups, check-ins, group counseling, those type activities. It's really a matter of how many student services members are on those school campuses to respond to the crises that happen. So in the middle and high schools, you have your school counselors that are primarily doing the academic counseling at that point. So the social worker, the school-based social worker is essential in responding to those threats to self-harm. So really the middle and high school social worker is, with the new threat system, would be the top.
And how much is that of this, approximately?
I would have to get that back to you, but that would be,
okay.
The high schools were paid for with primarily Title I and mental health funds.
Uh-huh.
So it's mostly the middle schools, so it would be about 40 positions.
Okay. I don't want to, I mean, it's all important. I don't want to kind of need this. A question for the superintendent. Dr. Vasquez, has other districts, have they had the investments in the same areas and the same success across the state in any of these areas? Because when you look at our grade recovery, when you look, certainly the growth here, but hopefully we're stabilizing it as we get into new normal. Obviously, all of these have had a high impact on accomplishing the common goal that we have in this state, which is graduating our students. Has this been brought to the DOE or the governor to show the impacts of this, and are there other districts who can show similar data?
Dr. Vasquez?
So I'm going to interpret your question. So our data and our efforts have not been directly shared with the governor or with DOE. FADS has, as an organization, consistently shared the benefits of the dollars that we have received to help the recovery from the pandemic. I will say that in the area of mental health, we lead the state in our efforts, and partly because we already had a lot of things in place prior to these funds. The board had made a commitment to educating the whole child and knew how important it was to deal with some of the issues our students were faced with, pressures and trauma. And actually nationally, we have also, Mary can speak more to this, but we've been tapped to speak with other districts through Chiefs for Change, Council of Great City Schools, and other organizations because of all of the work we have done in this area. And we've been able to build on our structures, and I believe they have been critical to our recovery. We're going to present more data to you in January based on the FAST results, but just in comparing some of the other large urban districts. And while our numbers may have been similar as far as our points, when you start to look at the recovery of schools and the number of DNF schools that some of these similar districts have in comparison to us, we really have seen a greater positive impact on our students. And that's going to continue to take time. We still have chronic absenteeism. We still have students who are struggling academically. Part of that, I think, is tied to trauma, but part of it is just that lost learning and that continued interrupted learning. And additionally, we have to do more or continue to do more to help educate our parents because we are needing them more so than we have in the past because some of these issues we do not have direct control over. And so I think we brought this to you because we really have struggled with saying we just end these supports for our students. I think this is an area that we need more, that this is not enough. And the fact that this is going away is very concerning to the entire team because we know what we continue to hear from our schools is we need more. We need more guidance counselors. We need more social workers. We need more of the mental health counselors to be able to provide those direct services. And I know that in our community, we have supports that we have tried to tap into and share with our families. We need to continue to do that. But it's not the same. Like they have a relationship with our schools and our staff. And so for many of them, it's easier and more comforting, I guess is maybe the right term, to work through OCPS than it is to work with another agency. So that's my response.
Thank you. You know, when we had the briefing on this, and since then, all I think is this is a step towards right-sizing the investment in education, and I really wish the media were here today for this discussion. I think this is worthy of a press conference to really talk about how we have data that proves investments in the tools and in the services make a difference for every child's success. Because that's what I've always heard since I have been on the board with the legislature is, well, what would you do with that money and how can you prove it's going to make a difference? Well, here it is. Here it is. Here's the statistics. Here is the data that absolutely proves that if you invest, you get closer to what you're driving us to do, which is graduate more kids. under all the rules I don't really agree with, but graduate more kids, not aligned to industry, but graduate more kids with those test scores that we want, but in a better position as human beings, right? More confident, more well-rounded. I'm hoping the cell phone will help with some of these statistics, but we know as a community we have a long way to go. We also know that even if we could tap into every single resource we have in this community, there is not enough support systems in the community or in the state of Florida for all of the complicated lives our children and families have. So, I don't know how we get this message up there before the budget is set. There's only going to be a lot more revenue coming into this state because of the growth that we're seeing in the state. So money's really not the object right now. It is the prioritization of making sure we're investing in our future economy, our future livelihood, which means our children who are the workforce and the CEOs and the plumbers and the landscapers of our future. So, sorry, frustrated.
Yeah, I do believe the governor's budget did have an increase to the dollars we are currently using to fund a lot of this. I haven't seen the details.
Are you talking mental health only?
Yes.
Or this whole, no, I'm talking about this entire list of tools.
No, I'm talking mental health. But at least that could be a possibility of where some of this could be funded. But again, the devil is always in the details.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, let me look at my notes and try to gather my thoughts. Okay, first of all, I think it's obvious that this is not an area that we absolutely cannot cut. If anything, we need more. And I 100% agree, by the way, with the press conference idea. Just saying. I think that we have a lot of data, as you said, to prove that these investments that we made with this money did really good things, and having to cut them now would be detrimental. I think that that's worth saying, and that was one of the questions I had, that, have we expressed to, or do we, or maybe this is more of like for us when we advocate during this legislative session, are we expressing the strain to our guidance counselors and our school staff, especially with the legislation for the new threat assessment starting? This will start in January, right? Okay. So the way it was explained to me, that any kind of threat that any student makes has to have the team come together, make a plan, talk about wraparound services, which is, as you said, going to completely overwhelm our teams and take away from the services they really need to be providing to our kids, sitting down and talking to them, which there's nothing wrong. I think it's great that we will be assessing I think all the kids really do need teams sitting down and talking about their problems and assessing. That's not my point. My point is, has anyone expressed to the legislature, this is a great idea, but you have to help us. You have to help us fund to get more staff in these schools to help. And maybe that's something that we as school board, when we go to Tallahassee in January, we can talk to our legislators about. But I think that if, press conferences, I think that whenever we can speak to the public and to media, that this needs to be shared, that we need more of this. We definitely cannot cut any of this. The member Castor-Denel touched on this at our last board meeting about how, our primary business is educating these kids, right? But we have so many other things, and this is an example of one of the other things that our schools have to do for our kids if we are going to be able to educate them. So and I know Member Gould just said, even with all the help in the state, we probably wouldn't have enough partners. But is it possible to, because I agree that parents and students and teachers do find it more beneficial to have the help in the schools, right? A lot of them are more comfortable working within their schools. And for a lot of families, they just don't have the time or the resources to go out after school and find mental health services. So is it possible for us to try to get them more into our schools? I know we have had some partnerships with some of those outside agencies where they do come into our schools, or at least they used to. I don't know if that changed once we got more of our mental health counselors and social workers, but is it possible to set up more of those partnerships where we can have an open door policy, give them an office, and they come and they work during the school day in our schools, and we hand over some of this mental health work and some of these costs to them? Is that something that we can do more of?
Yeah, so we do currently with our SEDNet counselors, which is, I think we have 17 this year, different outside agencies, and all of them can come into the school. They do come into the school. Some of them do build those school relationships. So we definitely want to continue expanding that. For the most part, almost completely, the students have to have Medicaid in order to be seen by them. And so if they have private insurance or no insurance, then we're back to kind of moving through that process of assisting the students. So that would be our challenge still. Our people pick up kind of all of those. All of our Senate agencies do provide mental health services outside of the, so in the afternoons and at night. So that does help a lot with our parents that have trouble driving the kids to agencies. The agencies are having a very hard time hiring and keeping people. So we are seeing that with the agencies we're working with, but we are trying to, again, expand. There's not really a limit on how many agencies you can have with SEDNet as long as they have their, licensure and insurance and everything. So we'll continue to expand.
Okay. All right. And then the only other thing I just wanted to make a quick comment about was just how I just want us to continually remember how important this is so much with just us getting our primary job of educating these kids. I have a Friday afternoon I spent at one of my middle schools, and we have a mentoring group there that's going really well. And actually, Kimberly Beckler was there with me. It was great. But the point is, these boys that are in this group were boys that had numerous referrals, were not doing well in school. They've been working in this mentoring group. It's called Young Gentlemen's Academy, and they wear ties and they learn how to communicate better. And they've got this mentor that really cares about them and is spending time talking to them. And I listened to some of their conversations, and they were talking about their goals in life and what they wanted to accomplish and how they can accomplish that and how they need to stay on track. And really just somebody that was sitting with them and caring about them and talking them through their problems and their issues. In this first 6 months of this school year, after some of them have participated last year too, but just from being in that program, they have only had one discipline referral out of all those boys for the entire semester, which was a stark difference from last year, because they want to be this person that someone has told them that they can be finally, and so their academics are way up. They're doing so much better. They're making good grades. They're coming to school every day. So it cannot be understated how much and how valuable these services and all of this help for our kids does for making them successful students, which is our goal. So I am 100% in favor of not cutting any of this. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Byrd asked some of the questions that I was going to ask, what other agencies could help us, and it sounds like everybody's struggling. Trying to find people with the Medicaid. Are there any other agencies out there that we could partner with, work with, other than grants that would help us offset the cost? Because I understand these are vital services, and you can't teach a child that's not well. And the need, as was mentioned up here, is just so great. But what we've seen over the last many years, especially since COVID, is that the financial burden has fallen on the school system to kind of act as all of these other agencies so that we can educate our children. So the mental health, the feeding of our children, so much of that financial burden has fallen to the school district without these ESSER dollars, we couldn't have done what we did, but it's just more and more of that financial burden is falling to us, and it's needed, and we have to make sure these children are whole, and I support treating the whole child, but we need that continuum of care, and we need other agencies to kind of step up. If we need to provide these services internally, which I think we do, and we need to keep it up, are there any other agencies that we could work with that could help offset some of these costs so that we could serve these students so that we don't incur the entire financial burden?
I would say, again, I don't know of any agencies that are just able to provide funding. We are working more and more with the Mobile Crisis Unit. The Orange County Sheriff's Office has a behavioral response unit similar to the Mobile Crisis, as does OPD. So for assistance, again, in those harm to self situations, if we can have more assistance with those organizations, we feel like that could take a little bit of the burden off the school people responding, so that if we don't have as many people on the campuses. But again, we're trying to work with everyone we can. The mental health assistance allocation from the state every year so far has been increased a small amount. So, we can look to that funding. I believe we have some numbers for those that they're talking about. But right now, out of that funding, we got 11.4 million last year, and 10.36 million was already for employees. So really, most of that fund does go for direct services already.
And just my last question, because the other questions were answered on the threat assessments. With the change coming in January, how do we have any idea how much time that's going to take away from direct student contact for our it's for just the mental health counselors have to be on that threat assessment team, correct?
No, so the threat assessment team is an assistant principal or an administrator, an instructional person, which for most schools is their dean, a counseling service person, which again has to be a school counselor, psychologist, social worker, or licensed mental health counselor, and then the SRO. So all four of those people have to be actively engaged in completing the assessment and making the determination of how serious the threat it is, and then in creating the student support monitoring plan, which has to stay in place 90 days, sometimes 180 days, and be monitored all the way through.
But the changes that are happening in January are going to have a direct effect on the mental health counselors, correct? They're going to have to do more work.
Well, it's at the middle and high schools. It's the school social worker, but again, that whole team has to be doing that. So it'll be affecting the whole school team.
The whole school team. Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Dr. Castellano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. You mentioned students who don't have insurance, health insurance. They either don't have Medicaid or private insurance. But does that include Florida Kid Care and Healthy Kids?
I would have to ask. With SEDNet, I'm not sure if SEDNet. Kimberly, can you give me a nod? Or does SEDNet take Healthy Kids and? Okay, so the providers are different, but I think some of them may take that. But we basically, any students that we go to SEDNet, and if they don't take whatever they have, then we follow through and we make sure our people are doing that.
I remember we used to send out flyers home with every student advertising the Florida Kid Care so that parents could sign up. Do we still do that? Beginning of the year. I wonder if we could do another push at the beginning of the year again, so that our kids are covered. I mean, they're inexpensive. Kids are, when it comes to health care, they're cheap. So we need to get them covered so that they can get these services and we can provide more. That's one recommendation. And one of the things that we have been doing in our schools in Orange County and throughout the state to help with these safety net and social services for our kids is the community partnership schools at Evans as our model community partnership school. And there we do partner with the Children's Home Society. They bring in mental health counselors. We have, and they have someone on site who directs kids when they come to the school with different needs. They partner with UCF and their students, I guess, as well, but OCPS, and then there's also a healthcare component as well. They have a clinic on site. And we have Jones High School is a community partnership school, Eccleston, ACE. I think we're adding a couple more. Wekiva is going to be.
We have been awarded, I believe, a grant that's going to allow us to look at expansion.
Okay. That model is very successful, and the burden of the cost is not all borne by the school district. So that is one model that we should continue to implement if we can. And I'm willing to do whatever I need to help with that. I used to work with the Children's Home Society as the director of community school development throughout the state. So there is also funding through the legislature for expansion efforts. So we can also work with Children's Home Society to request more funding. But again, that has been one model that has been successful. And maybe we can use that model and build our own partnerships at the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Castrodental. Ms. Bridges, I have some questions about the data that we have on page 12, where we show the increase in students served under both categories. When you have these numbers, is that individual students served, or is that all the number of times?
Those are all individual students.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering, when I see this data, are all the students that are seeking service getting served, and in what period of time, do we know? Because I know I know when the majority of the board came on, the wait list was very long. What can you tell us on that?
Right. So we've made drastic improvements just in the past 2 years with Kimberly Beckler as the director of mental health, of really looking at schools, because a lot of times we would hear that it's taking 6 weeks, it's taking 3 months, and then we would look and it was that school counselor may have not been following up with the SEDNet person, or that SEDNet agency that they were dealing with. They had like one agency that they just always dealt with, and so it was a lot of educating and really looking at and having some monitoring pieces. So with our agencies, that has improved a lot in the past few years. What we've been able to do is say, as soon as we determine they need counseling services, we start working with that SEDNet agency, and while we're waiting for that all to take place, we have our people starting and working with that student. We're also really doing, again, that team approach, because we find that not every student who needs some mental health services needs to be pulled out of class once a week for a half hour, an hour to talk to a therapist. And so you see the check-ins for our social workers that, the check-ins have gone, that's just our social workers that have done those 13,000 check-ins. Our psychologists do check-ins, school counselors, everyone does check-ins now, because a lot of our kids just need that once a week, once a day, once every couple of days. Hey, how are you doing? Do you need some services? Do you need some help? So we've been kind of tiering our help to make sure students are getting the support they need.
Okay. I suspect that the numbers we're seeing still underestimate the number of students that would benefit from these services. I think we still, in society as a whole, have a stigma around acknowledging when you need help, or even understanding when you might need help and when talking through what you're going through with somebody else would help. And I'm not talking about like a serious mental illness. I'm not talking about schizophrenia or bipolar. I'm talking about, I'm going to call it well-being. And so I think it understates that. But one of the things when I listened to Member Byrd talking about the gentleman's, I forget the name of the program, that had real outcomes associated with it. So what we're looking at here is the data around the number of students accessing these services. Do we have any data that shows the benefit to students, these students, as a result of that?
So we don't have any accumulative data right now in a database that we could just kind of run a report, but we do have, because we have access to who the students are, and we have access to grades and attendance and things like that, we could create some type of report and, you know, pulling some of those things together so that we could see that.
Yeah, I think obviously it takes time to accumulate that data, but I think looking at some metrics that we think give us an indication of the success in terms of resiliency, I think that would be helpful in terms of making that case for why this is important. And I think that for a lot of people, there's still this idea that these are like fluff soft skills and not recognizing that a student's ability to perform is largely dependent on their ability to monitor and control their own emotions, deal with the anxiety that is around them, that those translate to academic outcomes. So to the extent that we're able to make that case moving forward, I think that would be helpful. I have a question, and it's for Doreen, and I don't need Doreen to come to the podium right now because I don't think you'll probably have the answer, but perhaps you might before the end of the meeting. If not, I think it would be helpful for us. So in this case, we're talking about, I think the number was 28 million. Is that the number? No, that's the whole number. This number is 6.9 million.
I think it's over 7.
Yeah, 7. I think it would be helpful to me and probably the rest of the board to understand what does that equate to in terms of an increase in FEFP. So if we're going to ask the state to fill this gap, and right now the whole gap is 28 million, what percentage of the what does FEFP have to increase just to cover that? It would also be helpful for me, since we have committed to salary increases next year that this year are being paid through reserve funds and will have to come either from additional revenue from the state or budget cuts. It would be helpful, and maybe you've shared this with us, to know how much does the FEFP percentage-wise have to increase to cover that and to cover this. And then the other thing I'd really like to know is 37.5. What is that, Member Gould?
That was the 208,000 students divided into the 7.
Okay. It's a number. I want a percent because I want to know how much does the FEFP have to grow in the budget that gets approved. And then the other thing, and I don't think it'll be difficult to do this, you show us each year during the budget process the CPI versus the revenues that we've gotten, and each year the gap gets bigger and bigger. I think it would be helpful as we're talking about communicating with the public to be able to express that as also as a percent of FEFP. So in other words, if we wanted to be made whole back to the beginning of the century, so weird to say century, but going back to 2000, if we just wanted to have the same spending power that we had in 2000, what would the FEFP have to be today, and how much of an increase in percent would we have just to have the same spending power per student? I know you have your report that you do from 2011. It might be helpful to have. I mean, 2000 is kind of ideal number. And the reason for that is a little off this subject, but I hear from so many teachers that have been here for a long time, and their salary has not kept up with inflation. And there's just no disputing it. The challenge for us is partly that our revenues haven't kept up with inflation from the state, hence we can't keep up on what doesn't come in can't go out. The other challenge is the way the state has redefined how we can increase salaries. So there's two parts, but both parts rely on support from the state to remedy the problem that's been created. And it frankly it scares me. I am constantly talking about this cliff that public education is on, that most people, average citizens that I talk to in our community, have no idea how serious that threat is. So I'd like to quantify it to the extent that we can, but I think this piece would be helpful too for us to understand. And that answers my questions. Let me go on to Member Salamanca. Or that.
Thank you, Chair. And I know we've done a really great job here. You've done an incredible job when it comes to our mental health resources and making the most of the money we did get with Esser and filling these seats. So I do want to give a huge shout out to you, Mary, and the staff, because I think when you look at the number of students we've touched in terms of supported them with mental health, I think this is one of the areas where Esser's dollars really made a huge difference. And I think really proud of the work that the district has done. And I know our numbers are impressive because of that. But this is one area that long term I worry personally the most about. When you look at the research of the mental health of our students, there's a couple of centers. One is called the American Institute for actually Boys and Men that have been tracking the sentiment of students since like the 1970s, to the question, like to the statement saying, people like me don't have much of a chance at a successful life. That's the statement. And they asked how many students K through 12 agree with this. And since 2010, the amount of students that say people like me don't have much of a chance of a successful life for boys has increased 42%. And for girls, it has increased 68%. And that's since 2010. So our students and our kids have been impacted a lot mentally in the past decade, if not more. And COVID only worsened this. I think we're seeing these with these numbers here. As Dr. Vasquez said, I don't think we have enough money to support this. We don't have enough people to support this. But this is an area that's only going to continue, unfortunately, getting worse. And as Member Gallo said, it's unfortunate because it is our education system that has to support now mental health resources on top of everything else. But I do personally worry every day about this. I hear from our teachers, I hear from our parents who don't know what to do with what's happening. And so as I think about our budget, this is one area where I really encourage all of us to continue thinking about the cost of lives that this is going to entail over the next decade, if not more, as we think long term, and also just continue encouraging our parents and our teachers and our partners to take this very seriously, because I do worry about it a lot. But I know, Mary, you're doing some incredible work here, so thank you for that, and just the staff and the team that you work with, and Dr. Vasquez for prioritizing this as well. And it's really unfortunate to see that Esser dollars are going to impact these positions, because those numbers look really big, but the problem is so much bigger than that. So I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Member Casterdental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the chair's request for the comparison of where we were in 2000. That was really around the time when education really turned. The whole philosophy at the state level about public education. That's when the accountability, test-based accountability, came into play and changed the focus, so that we're, anyway. So there is the problem that we're seeing with the decrease in funding and the squeeze put on our public education is by design. I know it's hard to wrap your head around that, because who would do that to our kids? But I can give you a list of people who actively do this in Tallahassee, who have great disdain for public education and do what they can to actually undermine it through vouchers, through increase in charter schools, in an effort to so-called to compete with our public schools instead of to support them. And the squeeze on public education is, like I said, by design. There is an effort to kind of break the back of teachers' unions, full of teachers. I love it when they say that they love teachers, just not the unions. The union is the teacher. They're made up of teachers. They're the same people. So they're just using their voices together so that they can be heard. It's kind of like Horton Hears a Who. When you finally get all the who's to yell together, they finally can be heard. So anyway, so in order to push back and to share with Tallahassee what our needs are, we have to be vigilant. We have to keep doing it. It's a fight. If we don't push back and share what we know, then they'll just keep running over us. So that's just kind of the nature of public education in our state and now in our country. It has to always be an informed fight, unfortunately. Okay, let me step down from my soapbox and ask this question. You mentioned SEDNet. For those of us who are not familiar with what it stands for and what it is and what it does, can you define SEDNet for us?
I can never remember what the SEDNET is, but it was for our severe emotionally disabled network. And so that's what SEDNet stands for. But basically the state provides SEDNet regions, and in those regions, these agencies, so basically mental health agencies within the area, we create MOUs with any agency that can meet the criteria of the insurance and licensing, and they're big enough and they have the correct type of counselors. And they can come into our schools during school time. They do work with families after school. Some of the big agencies are Aspire, Devereaux, Children's Home Society, all of our big agencies, but we've also been reaching out for more agencies that have Hispanic counselors, that have Haitian Creole counselors, trying to find as many agencies as possible to reach all our students. They have an MOU with us that allows them to come onto our campuses, and so our counselors, when they see a student who needs help, there's a referral form. Again, they by and large all require Medicaid, so the gap there is the insurance.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Member Gould.
Just a quick follow-up to Member Castro-Dental's comments, and I don't disagree with any of them, but I do think the voucher actually provides opportunity to highlight the needs of public school funding. Because I think what we're going to see is legitimate people and entities wanting to really provide good schools can't do it even for the voucher money. Now, those trying to make up budget and see it as free money is a different thing. But when you look at the top tier private schools, they don't cost $8,500. They cost anywhere from $13,000 to $26,000 a year. So, which is more in line with states and entities that invest higher per student. So while it is challenging, I think we should ride the coattails of the true economics that are going to come out when good private sector folks who really want to do something new in education say, can't do it for that amount of money.
All right, any other comments from board? All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Kim Gilbert.
Thank you.
Utilizing Edgenuity, students were provided face-to-face support and instruction from certified teachers. This provides students the opportunity to make up lost credits due to poor grades or absenteeism. In 22-23 school year, 23,750 students completed courses for credit. Prior to the pandemic, the district provided 18 staff. Due to an increase in need during the pandemic, currently there are over 55 staff members. Cost to continue to provide will be $2.1 million for the additional staff. Assistant principals. 36 Title I schools were provided an assistant principal with Esser funds. The district provided funding for an additional 22 principals for non-Title I schools. If the district does not fund this initiative, it will affect 58 schools due to equity. Algebra 1, higher school, smaller class size, utilizing Esser funds. We are supporting this with a pilot program in 13 schools. Class size has been decreased from 24 students to 18. The district is currently collecting data to support this request, asking the board to fund this initiative at $1.5 million, with Title I supplementing the cost at our 5 Title I high schools for an additional $900,000. At this time, I'll now turn this over to Dr. Gazanti, Principal Leader with Exceptional Student Education.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. Let me call on Vice Chair and Member Ferrant real quickly. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is regarding the Edgenuity. So it says we did 23,750 completions for course recovery last year for Edgenuity.
Yes, ma'am. So those are completions. That's a student has successfully completed a makeup course, a segment.
Do we have numbers for previous years?
So yes, I do. So those were completions. The year before was about 23,000, and the year before that was about 22,000. So one thing to keep in mind is, and I don't have those numbers, I'll have to get additional information to you.
Not really.
So those are completions. That's when I, as a student, fail a semester. I enroll into Edgenuity and into a segment. We call those segments. So I'm recovering Algebra 1, for lack of a better course, and the first semester. I successfully complete that, so I am a completer. If I happen to fail both semesters, I would have to recover 2 segments. So I could be, one person could have 2 completions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right.
So an Edgenuity is usually done over the summer, is that correct?
So in the past, yes. So what we've developed is, part of this is Esser funding is kind of a more support for students. So we've increased staff. So what we currently have is 4 teachers from Orange County Virtual actually manages this for the district, for Edgenuity and course recovery. So we have 4 teachers per high school that visit high schools 3 out of 5 days a week. So a student that is doing a makeup during the year. So to answer your question, it's year-round.
It's year-round.
We have an influx of kids at the end of the year, but as soon as a student we realize have failed a course or is going to fail a course, a school may enroll them into Edgenuity so that the student can get started before summer. So it's year-round, and we support middle and high schools year-round, not just high schools.
So Edgenuity, the time it takes to recover the course with Edgenuity is much smaller. Like the time frame would be smaller than what you would spend in class learning the same material. Is that a correct assessment?
So great question. Again, we're looking at a segment. We're looking at a semester course, and it typically is about 45 minutes a day, 18 weeks, so give or take 60 hours to recover a semester.
60 hours, you said?
60 hours, yes, ma'am, 60.
Do we have any data that correlates absenteeism with students who need Edgenuity to course recover?
So another great question. I looked at a year ago, I looked at the number of students who had 40 days absent or more. Middle and high school, there were 2,813 students that were absent 40 days or more in March. I also, at that point, I looked at current or Edgenuity enrollment, and that enrollment was 752. So out of the 2,800 students, only 752 of them were enrolled in the Edgenuity course. So we've also been asked that question before. So we've asked principals and school leaders, do you see that that's the case? Do you see that students are absent purposely because they feel like Edgenuity is quicker and easier? We're not getting that sense that it is what we're hearing feedback from school-based administrators and the teachers that support Edgenuity, that it's not an easy course to take. Recovery is not easy. They are making it up at night, during the day, school day, if they have a course that allows them to, a lab setting that allows them to do that. They're also giving up their summers to take so it's not an easy course, and it's about 60 hours to complete a semester. So I'm not seeing a direct relationship between the number of students and the enrollments, between high absenteeism and enrollments in Edgenuity. I'm not seeing that direct relationship, so I can't say that is the case, that kids are purposely being absent in order to take the easy way out, if you will.
That's fair.
Yeah.
How long have we had Edgenuity? How long have we been using this in OCPS?
So we started back again, OCPS took it back again in 2020, January of 2020. So a few years. We had it a few years prior to, and then the district stopped using it, and we're doing more of the traditional summer school, and then we went back to it in January 2020.
And why did we get rid of it the first time?
I think there was some statute there was some language that allowed teachers without, and this is what I recall, so whoever might have better knowledge, correct me. Orange County Virtual took it because the teacher that made up the course had to be certified in that area. So if I am making up a biology course, the teacher that is assigned to that record, to that class, had to be biology certified, where in the past, schools could have a lab, right? Schools could have a lab and make up, and just put a program assistant or some other type of position in the instructional or non-instructional. But Orange County took it because it had to have a direct certified teacher in that. And then in the past, we did the traditional summer school, and don't have much information about that personally.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is just, and I guess this is in your opinion, or maybe the superintendent can answer this, in your opinion, students who enroll in Ingenuity, do they get the same high quality education that they would if they were in the classroom taking that class? Is there a difference in the level of instruction and the quality of that instruction that that student would receive?
So it's different instruction, right? So I would say, I don't know why a student failed in the first place, right? You'd have to determine why the student failed,
Different
right?
learners.
I can tell you that what we offer with Edgenuity and with OCVS is leaps and bounds of what it used to be. So when you're talking about direct instruction, quality instruction, although it is a computer-based instruction, the support that we provide students is beyond compare. We've got those teachers going out 3 days a week. We've got teachers and students communicating to each other at night. We have blitz days. We support the schools, both middle and high school, with a dashboard of all their students and the progress that they're making. And the progress is paced out. So if a student is falling behind in what they should have done in a week's time, they're flagged, right? And we're talking to counselors, we're talking to principals, we're talking to assistant principals, we're talking to students as well. And I think that is why we've moved from a 40% completion rate to over a 76% completion rate in the short period of time that OCVS has had it. It is that personal connection with students and with families. So the quality, although it is computer-based, a teacher who is teaching a course with providing the Edgenuity service will also pull a group of students and do a live lesson on a particular subject or a task that they're not getting, this group of students. So we've got direct instruction that way, virtually.
That's awesome. So I do have one. I lied. I have one more question. Do we have any data that shows a correlation between a child needing to recover a course because there wasn't a certified teacher, or there was like a sub, or is there any of that like related? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't.
I was just curious.
No,
There's a
great
correlation
question.
between, because we have different learners. And not every teacher, not every student can learn from every teacher. There's just different types. And so sometimes there is a need to take a virtual class or do something. They just learn better that way depending on the subject matter. So I was really curious. And my main concern was just making sure that those 23,750 students are still receiving the highest quality education that Orange County Public Schools can provide. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Great questions. Member Ferran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member Gallo asked a lot of the questions I was going to ask. The Ingenuity, so the money proposed is really just for staff, and that's the 4 teachers that would go into each high school, correct?
It is, yes. High school and middle school.
Okay.
The Esser money is strictly staff, and it is about half of what the Edgenuity budget calls for.
Okay. And then I can definitely see how the superintendent and all of our staff has had a very hard time trying to figure out where we're going to make cuts, because when I look at the assistant principals, every single elementary school that I've visited, they have been so appreciative of the assistant principal. There's such a huge burden on the principal, and to have that assistant principal is just sort of lightens that load and helps. So I think as a board, we really do have a lot of hard work ahead of us to kind of see where we could pull from, or if there's grants that we can get somewhere, because I do think trying to lighten that load, as we always are saying, the assistant principals in our elementary schools have been a huge help. So I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to go on and on because I know we have a lot to go.
Thank you, Member Ferrand. Member Gould.
I know, I don't think so.
So I'm going to ask you a similar question that I asked at the beginning. If we were to be able to save one thing, what has the most impact for our students? I like the tough questions.
Or are you asking me specifically for Edgenuity course?
No, for out of all of those options, and maybe the superintendent needs to answer that.
Let me interject. Superintendent.
So my piece is Edgenuity.
I really like to see him sweat.
So Greg, you owe me, buddy. You owe me.
Oh, I've got an answer.
It might be wrong, but he was going to answer.
No, he might say all. So that really is an unfair question because
this whole thing's unfair.
So my intent in having this really was not to add anxiety and stress to the board, but it was to be fully transparent to our community, our schools, because they will be impacted with the ending of the dollars. What we have brought to you is what we believe is the most important for you to consider, each for various reasons. And what we're hopeful is that through these conversations that you're having, that we are going to go back and provide more data in some instances, look at what resources might be available in our community and some of the other asks from the board, so that we can come back to you and say, based on your conversation, here's what we have. And we may be able to eliminate some things from the list. We don't expect a decision today, but all of these, if you ask, they all have a priority.
Then let me ask this another way. So if we were to keep the smaller class size pilot, does that reduce the need for ingenuity? Have the outcomes there been more positive? And part two, out of those 36 principals, it says at the bottom there's 22 assistant principals provided through general fund. So is it the delta between the 22 and the 36 we need, or is it what's not covered on that?
No, so the 36 is what's not covered. What we have paid for through the other is the Title I.
Okay.
No, is through other dollars. So the 36 is what we're asking, is what needs to be.
Is the positions that could be potentially cut?
No, it would be all of the positions that would be cut, a total. So we have funded the other, what's the math, 22? Those are funded.
Okay.
What's not funded is the 36. If you choose not to fund the 36 based on equity, we would then not fund the other 22, which would, half full, give you dollars that you could then allocate to maybe another initiative that's on here. Did I make myself clear? No.
I don't like that answer, but yeah, you made it clear.
I forgot the first part of your question.
It's a good answer. The smaller class size, would it reduce the need for the ingenuity? And is there, is that maybe a better long-term strategy investment?
That is something that we can go back and have our team look at the data. I was going to say this for the end, but I do want to point out one thing. Earlier in the presentation, might have been slide 2, interventionists were highlighted as one that we are looking to fund through Title I for Title I schools, because the academic return on investment for the schools that use the interventionist to actually work with students pull them as it was intended, as opposed to filling a vacancy, which we understand that that was a priority, they have substantial increases in student outcome. And so we'll be able to go back and pull some of the data that you've requested. I see James Larson that's been taking feverish notes. He'll be the one heading up all of the data analysis. And we can come back to you and say, yes, this is what we found based on the data, that if we fund this, we may then, we expect to see a reduction in the number of students having to recover courses through Ingenuity.
So you brought up something that I was discussing with the team when I got the briefing on this. Is there a way on the second round of this that we could almost have a rubric that shows greatest outcomes? I mean, they all have great outcomes, but we need to know by, just as you just pointed out, those interventionalists have that greatest student impact towards their acceleration and their understanding of education. That's one. Number two would be, what of these in my opinion, what of these resources helps our teaching staff the most in all areas, whether that's a paraprofessional, a teacher, the administrators, all those areas, because they all interlock, right? And then the third would be by cost, just to which we would see, but I think that those, and there may be others that the board members will think of, but those two things, because we don't have sustainable dollars to do this. I mean, I think there's other things we can try, like we do stadiums. Maybe we can sponsor some programs like Ingenuity, like the Study Island Science and the Algebra. Maybe we create sponsorship packages just like we do for tracks and that could be reoccurring revenue, because that's a different kinds of sales than just straight philanthropy that typically has a window. Right. I think we need to think outside the box on some of that. And it can be since Amway is not going to be busy with the Amway anymore, maybe they would sponsor us. the Amway Ingenuity,
I think we could do that for programs, because if the dollars aren't there, we're not impacting the
Correct.
people.
Salaries are different.
Correct.
Right.
So we definitely can look at that. And Scott Howitt with the foundation would probably be our first start. Right. But absolutely, we can look to see if there are agencies, organizations, or community members that would like to help fund. Yes.
And another thought while we're on that track is, could we ask for subscription help on some of these things for parents who can afford it? Not to eliminate it for all, but if I were a parent, and I'm going to speak for my side of town, that has ability to pay a small subscription, and know that I would be helping to make sure it's available to all students, but it would help with that. Maybe some of these programs are actually requested from parents, just like we put on the list, crayons and hand sanitizers and glue and all of those things, but maybe come up with a subscription pricing for some of these programs.
Yeah, we may be able to look at some of these, looking at level. I'm sure there could be other criteria, but what comes to mind is if we look, because with Title I, we can always, if we're not funding it through a general budget, look at that as an option. My only concern with that is that we have students that struggle in some of our non-Title I schools. And so maybe if we're able to look at some of the services that apply by, let's say, students that are at that level 1 or level 2, and we would look at what that funding would look like for each school, that might dramatically decrease. And then for those parents that may want to access that service, it could be on a
I'm thinking of it more of as an offset, not as a whole.
So in other words, we would come up with a subscription price and we would say, for your child to access, and you could adopt a child too. And whatever that is, that helps to offset that amount of money. Not that we would take it away from some schools and give it to others. The idea would be, similar to how we funded Nichols for Nurses years ago with the school nurse program. We did it based on the school difference and then tried to make up the difference with the other partners who could help where the community couldn't support financially a registered nurse in that school. So it's that same concept, but bring it down to a subscription level, because I think there are a lot of parents and a lot of companies who would want to help at a small level like that. That doesn't hurt, right? But has a huge impact.
Yeah, we'll have the team research that one a little bit more, but thank you. I appreciate the out-of-the-box thinking.
All right, thank you, Member Gould. Member Felder.
Thank you. Having taught the number of years that I have taught before I even knew about Ingenuity, and I remember going to school. I went to summer school to catch up, to advance myself, not because I didn't pass a course. And I am a proponent of Ingenuity because I know what happens when a student is on the verge of not being able to pass, and they've done all that they could do, and then they have an Ingenuity course and they're able to make up. I've seen them 3 days before graduation complete what they needed, and they're able to walk across that stage, not just walk across, but walk across knowing that in 5 days later they will really get a diploma. So we are between a rock and a hard place in a real way. I'm hoping that the public is listening, and perhaps this needs to play again. I know I'll go back to my community and ask that you watch the executive session. I'm going to say you need to go and watch it, because what's going to happen, even listening to all the things and suggestions that Member Gould was saying in desperation, trying to find a way to do what we need to do, and the superintendent asking those questions, the public, the community, is going to have to grip the reality of what we're facing. Because we do need students to be able to graduate so that they can become useful and economically independent little persons while we are gone on to where we're going to be, and we'll just be a sweet memory in this world. They're going to have to carry it on. And then looking at these, I don't want anything to go away. Like most of us don't want it all to go away, but we have to find strategically how to make all of this work. Because when I think about some of the schools who've never had 2 assistant principals, and if the goal to have none, they have just 1 principal, and then perhaps the population of the school gets larger, and we haven't budgeted for that school to have an assistant principal or a second one. That is extremely concerning. I remember talking maybe last week after I met with the group, we were trying to think about ways that the public community partners could assist us, because we are educating their children. Could assist us in what we're doing, or finding a way to do what we can to make the people in Tallahassee, those powers that be, to understand the necessity of funding and what we need. I know that I'm going to go to my church community. I have several churches in District 5 where the talent resides. And I am going to tell them, I say that because I speak those things right now, that prayer does change things, but faith without works is dead. This is very serious, and I know, it seems that we're making light of it, but we're not. We're just trying to get through this very hard place that public education has come to, especially in Orange County. And I'm hoping, again, I think it was mentioned earlier by one or two of the board members about media. I think Member Gould and Member Byrd. They need to see what we're talking about. There needs to be some travel to Tallahassee. There needs to be a concerted effort to know that we have to hold on to that which has been and still is free of public education. And we have got to do, because we have been elected to come up with the answers, and we will. I have no doubt that we're going to come not to an impasse, but we're going to come to some solutions to help in this situation. But my purpose for saying what I'm saying right now is to implore the community and those that are listening to do private industry, to do what you need to do to help us, because we are in dire straits, and we need to, this thing has got to get fixed. So again, I see these initiatives that we've put up here, and we have the data. Thank God for having a data-driven superintendent that knows we have to get data to support whatever it is we're trying to do and to prove. And that is what we're going to have to do. And I just wanted to say that, because you mentioned about people coming in and doing subscription. I don't know how that would work in District 5. But I know that that's a good idea. But I don't know how that would work with my district, because a lot of them, they don't understand ingenuity. Some of them are now understanding when their children tell them at the last hour in April, I may not graduate. And they're like, what you mean not graduate? And they tell them what they're doing. And then they understand what ingenuity is and why we need to have it. So it's my hope that we'll probably get a lot of emails. Good, please send them, because we need the help. We need you to be just as involved as we are here. I wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Felder. I actually have a lot of questions about ingenuity, but I think it's probably not as relevant to this. So I'll check back with you afterwards. But the things you've described sound like wonderful potential alternative education ways, and I don't know if we've explored that or not, as opposed to just remediation, or what the cost comparison would be. But anyway, we can come back and have that conversation. But thank you. This is, for me, it's been highly educational. We are, I think, approximately halfway through. In terms of the presentation, doesn't necessarily mean that the board will ask as many questions moving forward. I have no way of predicting that. But we do have a request from the superintendent, I think one that will be supported by the board, and that is to take a break. So, Dr. Vasquez, let me ask you, how long were you thinking for a break? Is that like a 5-minute break, or is that like a 25, 30-minute break?
No, I was thinking a 10-minute break.
10-minute break? Okay. All right. Then we'll be back here in 15 minutes. Because there's no way. to start in 30 seconds. All right, everyone, welcome back. We're going to pick up where we left off with Dr. Gesundheit. Welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'll be talking to exceptional student education slide. So in June of 2021, an internal audit of the different areas of the ESE department were conducted to review efficiency and concerns. One of the areas reviewed was that of individual education plan process. One item revealed in the audit report was that staffing specialists indicated that they were overwhelmed with the duties required to complete their assignments and that the processes are tedious, time-consuming, and redundant. In addition, the report noted that between 2018 and 2020, 70% of staffing specialists changed jobs. To help address this issue, OCPS funded out of Esser funds 100 staffing specialists and 103 clerk positions. Prior to funding these positions out of Esser, 50% of state complaints filed by parents were a result of procedural violations. For the school year 2023, with the addition of the 100 staffing specialists and 103 clerks through Esser, only 20% of state complaints filed had procedural violations. Prior to funding these positions out of Esser, 41% of state complaints were resolved successfully. After the addition of staffing and clerical positions for school year 2023, 68% of state complaints were resolved successfully. The inception of Esser funds to hire extra staffing specialists and clerks seemed to have an impact on the significant drop of procedural violations and the increase in resolutions of state complaints.
We have no questions. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a question. I just want to, I think the increases of dollars that we spent in the area of ESE is very important, especially with the needs that we have coming out of the pandemic with that population of students with unique abilities. And so, yeah, I would support anything. I actually think that we need more dollars in ESE. We need more supports. We need more resources to really lift those students up. So I believe that this is going to be another area that's going to be really hard as we move forward to look at. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I am really impressed with the numbers here and the improvement. I would be curious what it is year by year also, if you could give us that information as well.
Year by year as?
Pardon me? Yeah.
You want year by year as
Yeah.
in the
Yes.
Okay.
Since COVID, since we had these dollars.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll turn over the presentation to Chief Strategy Officer,
All right, thank
Dr.
you.
Harold Border.
I'm sorry, Dr. Vasquez?
I wanted to clarify year-to-year data on the complaints, on the dollars.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. So we're saying we've seen a 20% decline?
Yeah, but you want to see the number of complaints year by year.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. Starting with pre-COVID, the year before, and then each year, as well as the parental complaints resolved successfully.
So to the 2 points that I talked about, the number of, okay.
Yeah. I think, I have no doubt that Esser played a role. I think there might be other factors as well that played a role, so I thought it'd be interesting to see each. Mr. Porter, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, member of the board, Superintendent Vasquez. The ACT non-college reportable exam is currently being administered to grade 11 and grade 12 students. Previously, the ACT NCR was only administered to grade 12 students. The ACT-NCR allows for concordant scores in English language arts and for comparative scores in Algebra 1 for graduation. For the class of 2024, there were a total of 2,693 successful scores on the ACT-NCR. The PSAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test is currently being administered to grade 9 students instead of the previously offered PSAT 8-9. This version of the PSAT allows for concordant scores for graduation, whereas the PSAT 8-9 does not. The PSAT NMSQT also provides data to support entrance of students into advanced placement programs and other advanced pathways. The additional cost for the NMSQT is $64,000, up from the approximate cost of $167,000 to administer the previously offered PSAT 8-9. And I neglected to say that the ACT non-college reportable is $400,000 to add the juniors and to sustain offering that for the juniors.
All right, thank you. Member Ferrand.
Just a quick question on this. Is this something that is required? Like, are we offering this to all students? Is this specific for students who maybe are struggling that we feel may not pass this in 12th grade? How does that work?
So, Ms. Ferrand, the PSAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, that's offered for all 9th grade students. The ACT non-college reportable, when we're offering that for juniors, that's for students who have not satisfied graduation requirements as of that time.
Okay. And so just a smaller amount of kids that are dealing with that, correct?
And the $400,000 covers longitudinally the number of students we have had historically that would need to meet those concordant scores. That's where the $400,000 comes from, because it's a per exam fee.
How much do you know the price per student?
I will find that out for you. Typically it's in the ballpark of $100, but I'll find out.
Okay, because maybe, I don't know if that's something too that we could ask parents and say, this is something that your students are struggling in. This could help them to pass that, and maybe something that we could reach out to parents. I know that $100 for one family may be nothing, and for the other it may be meals for the week. So we want to make sure that we're being considerate in that area. But thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
All right, Member Gould.
This is for the superintendent. If I recall correctly, giving the PSAT to all 9th graders was something we implemented several years ago. And that in itself has a budgetary impact.
That's correct.
I'm not sure we shouldn't look at that at the same time we're looking at this, because I'm not sure, and again, this kind of goes back to that, how we're using benchmarks. Where are we going to get the greater return on the investment here, or on every 9th grader taking the PSAT? And I remember the reasons why, and it has had an impact in kids really recognizing that they might be able to go on to higher education. But I think the world is different today, and there's other ways to know if they can achieve that, because we have so many more kids in honors classes. Now, supplementing kids who can't afford to take it, that's a different story. And again, that's more of a fundable goal, I think, that the foundation and sponsorships could look at, and even, boosters at a school and that kind of thing. But I don't know that we can look at this in a vacuum at this particular number without looking at the whole.
Staff will look into that cost, and that was part of our discussion when we, as a cabinet, were reviewing it.
All right, thank you.
All right, at this time, I'll turn it over to our Chief Facilities Officer, Rory Salambine.
Good afternoon. I have one item to discuss, which is drinking water filters. Esser funds were used to provide water bottle fillers at select locations on each campus. A minimum of 5 water bottle filters have been provided at each high school, 3 at each middle and K-8 school, and 2 at each elementary school. Subsequently, Esser funds were used for the required filter replacements. The fillers utilize filters that are replaced annually at a cost of $60,000 per year. Although our drinking water is safe, filtration improves the taste, and the use of the bottle fillers avoids potential hygiene concerns associated with water fountains.
All right, any questions? Member Gould?
I think this is totally fundable through the community. This is, clean water and the filter uses, I think, is a totally fundable opportunity through either philanthropy or a sponsorship, because you could put a name on a water fountain. And we have some entities that are healthcare related funders that I know had interest in this. I don't think their interest has waned, and I think there are some possibilities to cover the entire district for that.
Should we task Member Gould with examining those possibilities and coming back to the board?
No, that's great. I was going to simply say that we'll have staff reach out to you for the names of those funders, and we can take it from there. Unless, if you want to take it, we're good.
Yeah, all right. And I'm sure they could use your support at the same time. So thank you. All right.
Okay, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Chief of Staff Rob Bixler, who will discuss human resources items.
Thanks, Roy. Good afternoon, everyone. Career Fair Plus is a job fair platform. Unlike other virtual meeting platforms like Teams or WebEx, this application is specifically designed for virtual job fairs. The application allows multiple candidates and interviewers to schedule one-on-one appointments. Candidates can attach resumes, references, and contact information in preparation for an interview. And it's rather easy to use also. Just 3 weeks ago, there was a need for additional Algebra 1 tutors. By participating with the high school executive leader, Jose Martinez, the team was able to set up a job fair through Career Fair Plus. It was advertised through Career Fair Plus's partnership with UCF. And 7 high school principals were able to schedule 128 applicants to appointments. Through the online interview process, they were able to hire over 30 tutors in just a matter of a few days. OCPS, along with Career Fair Plus, market our job fair, Meet the Recruiter, and Meet the Expert events across various social media outlets, including Handshake, which is the college and university job board, Indeed, LinkedIn, and the FDOE website. Some of the cost benefits for using this platform is realized by candidates and interviewers not having to travel to a district or school site location. Since its kickoff event in April of 2022 through December of 2023, we have been in contact with 1,423 potential candidates through the various Career Plus events. We also believe face-to-face events, and during the same time period, we have made contact with over 700 potential candidates. We believe using both methods allow us to maximize opportunities to reach potential candidates both locally and nationally. One item to consider is the cost to attend an in-person recruitment event at a university or college. All charge to participate. UCF Career Expo has a registration fee of $700. USF charges $700 as well. Schools like FAMU, Florida Gulf Coast, and Florida Atlantic range from $175 to $450. These fees don't include our travel costs. Colleges and universities also have virtual job fairs, and they charge in those to participate as well. Most range between $400 and $700. This year, we have chosen not to pay for those individual virtual job fairs and use Career Fair Plus instead, because they already partner with many colleges and universities. Also, based on our previous experience at a university or college job fair, we review whether or not to participate this year, which becomes a cost reduction. For example, we typically have very few candidates from USF or FSU. So we opted not to pay their virtual or face-to-face registration fee this year, instead used College Fair Plus. That was a reduction of $1,500 in registration fees. The National Business Research Institute. Our previous exit interview plan was a manual process that only provided us with an opportunity to reach out to employees via district email once they had confirmed notification through SAP they were leaving. This process was inefficient and lacked data, as many employees did not respond as they had already departed the organization. In addition, we did not have personal email addresses on file to contact these separated employees for their feedback. Last year, in its pilot year, the Human Resources Department partnered with National Business Research Institute to conduct exit surveys. OCPS provides a list of employees approximately 1 to 2 months following their leaving the district with the information. NBRI then makes 3 attempts to contact them via phone regarding their decision to leave OCPS. This is done via English or Spanish as needed. Since its inception, the exit survey response rate has been 17.33%, which continues to climb as we continue to use this, and a confidence interval of over 90%. This indicates the data received is considered to be statistically valid. In addition to the raw survey results, OCPS receives multiple standard reports throughout the year, which highlight results from the survey. With access to the results, the district can then create a custom analysis of the data as needed. Our next report will arrive in mid-January. Staff positions. One of our top priorities this year as we prepare for the new hiring season is to continue finding ways to reduce our time to fill rate. Maintaining the additional manager and employment coordinator for administrative hiring will continue to expedite the process of applications, review of candidate screenings, facilitation of the interview process, facilitation of candidate offers, creating a board agenda packets, and setting up employees in the SAP system. With the positions, the time to fill process has improved, particularly during the peak time of January through August. Since these positions have been in place, the time to fill rate has decreased from 56 days in 2022 to 43 days in 2023 for the peak hiring period. The national average based on the Society for Human Resource Management is 44 days.
Thank you, Dr. Bixler. Are there any questions from the board? We don't have any questions. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Then I am pleased to turn it over to our Chief Information Officer, Maurice Dragon.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, I will raise the podium. Hang on. Sorry, Dr. Bixler.
It's fine. Thank you. Since 2017, OCPS has provided hotspots to students who do not have reliable internet access outside of the school day. This program began through a one-time acquisition of hotspots through Sprint's free but data-limited internet access provided with each hotspot. Sprint was purchased by T-Mobile, and the Sprint hotspot program was combined with the T-Mobile Empower Ed program. The Empower Ed program provides a free hotspot to students who identify a need for a hotspot. Hotspot need is identified through a form completed on the OCPS website. Data is unlimited, but only a certain amount of data is high speed each month. The cost reflected on the slide is the cost of the data plan for each hotspot provided to students. The district pays a flat rate for each hotspot data plan. This cost, which cannot be paid through capital funds, was temporarily funded through Esser, and the request is to transition this cost back to district funding.
Thank you so much. So I'm actually the first one queued up to speak. So I have a couple of questions. As we go through all of this presentation and we look, I'm going to switch mics, hang on. Thank you. And we look at ways that we need to cut. I have a couple questions. Number one is, have we looked at like the cost analysis for just K through 5, removing the hotspots just from K through 5, and then
offering maybe pencil and paper for any homework would have to be pencil and paper so that because it's my understanding that K through 5, most schools keep the computers on campus and really don't allow those computers to go home anyways, or maybe it's 50-50.
We'll verify the data, but I've asked that question on numerous occasions, and in my recollection, it's not the minority, is that many of them send the devices home. We can look at that. I just want to bring to the board's attention that could bring additional work to the teacher, because now they're having to manage paper and pencil, which may be easier if they're doing something on the computer. I don't know, but just as a...
So maybe we could look at it in like K through 2 or something where they're not, maybe we don't provide hotspots to K through 2, but maybe kind of dissect that data a little bit more, get in the weeds on that to see where we can cut those dollars, since they're going to have to come out of the general fund and we can't use the capital budget. And then my second question is regarding like other equipment related to our computers, our one-to-one devices that has to come out of general, that can't come out of our capital funds. Can we get a list of everything associated with our one-to-one devices, like chargers and any other things, and the amount of money that takes out of our operating funds versus our capital funds? And the reason I'm asking for this is I support one-to-one devices. I always have. But as we make these hard decisions and we're looking at mental health and we're looking at ESC services and we're looking at stuff that we know has a direct impact on student achievement and proficiency and literacy, then maybe we need to look at these devices and how much it's costing the general fund. And maybe these devices aren't something that we need in K through 5. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm not even saying that I would support it. I'm just saying that we have to look at that data before we start cutting some other very much needed services that we know and we have the data to show that will impact student learning and student achievements. Thank you.
Do you have a breakdown of the cost of the hotspot device versus the plan, or is this all plan cost?
This is all plan. So the hotspot is provided for free, and then we are able to, and then we pay for the plan.
Is there a way to look at purchasing the devices and bundling in an annualized plan with the updated purchasing of the devices versus it, because then it could be continued through capitalization versus a general fund issue?
We would have to see, we would likely have to explore providers outside of T-Mobile who may provide a more education-specific plan that you purchase the hotspot, and then you are purchasing, and then you're...
It comes with...
And then it comes with data.
And is it the backbone of our fiber AT&T, not T-Mobile?
We have, AT&T Spectrum.
Okay. Is there a way to tap into those backbones, that fiber that was laid a few years ago, to every school, especially in the neighborhoods of a higher need? And another part of this question is, I know that the county is investing a lot of dollars in trying to bring more infrastructure into deserts where there's not coverage. Do we know the timeline on that? And is this a 1 year or a forever need? Because as they bring up that internet access to neighborhoods that don't traditionally have it, there should be less need for hotspots, because they were looking at a complete overlay that would be free for people who needed it free.
That's something that we can definitely, I can definitely look into to get some more information on. Right now, with the service that we have from Spectrum, I'm aware of what you're talking about, which is basically if we have that opportunity to maybe put up, I've actually seen a presentation by some other districts where they've put towers up on their school sites, and that tower
Right.
allows them to extend that internet to the local community at a certain distance. So that's not something we have in place here, but that's also something we can explore.
But in neighborhoods of need that don't have that same coverage as some other neighborhoods have right now, that might be an ability for us, because that could be done through our capital dollars with the support of the half penny sales tax, to be able to provide that coverage in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick questions. What qualifies somebody to receive the hotspot?
So on the website, we ask that they check 2 items. The first thing we ask them to check off is that they certify that they do not have access to reliable home internet with Wi-Fi capability. And this includes not Wi-Fi that comes from a cell phone. And it also is a certification that their Wi-Fi is not strong enough for everyone connected at their home at the same time to complete homework.
Okay. And then, so we're just going off of their word, not, okay. And then do we also have access to see what all is being done on the hotspot?
We've reached out to T-Mobile to ask them that question. This data plan is similar to like a cell phone data plan, where we don't have a report back that says these are the sites that are being visited.
Okay. So families could use this and be hooking up to TV, like live streaming shows, not necessarily just specific to, I mean, we're hoping that's what they're doing is just specific to education, but it could be used for a home internet.
So can it be used to provide additional internet in the home? Certainly. The hotspot, the data that's on them is compliant with the 2 main federal laws, COPA and CIPA, which is the Child Internet Protection, and so that limits some of the websites that the hotspot that can be used for. But beyond that, there's not a limit to what site can be visited. The other consideration that's inside of that is that although the data is unlimited, I believe it's only about 20 gigabytes of that data is actually what would be considered high speed, that would allow video and other things like that to play very well. After that data is exhausted during a 1-month period, the rest of the data is pretty slow and would not be something that would really support that kind of activity. It would support basic browsing, email, but not really video watching and things like that very well.
I think if we were to continue with this, I would definitely strongly, I would want to know exactly what's going on with those hotspots. If we're paying for it, we should be able to know all that, even if it's in someone else's home, in the sense of we want to just make sure that this is being used for education. If that's what we're using the money for, that's what we're here for, is really just to educate kids and help it be easier. What is the cost per hotspot?
So the data plan is, we just recently signed an amendment with T-Mobile. I believe we were able to lower the data plan from $20 a month to $16, I want to say, dollars per month for each hotspot.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
I would like to follow up on the Vice Chair's comments on the use of our one-to-one devices and hotspots on K through 2, maybe K through 3. I know as a board we had discussions about this. It was like the year before COVID, about not expanding that age group to the level of being able to take them home because of concerns about introduction of that technology on the very young. And then that was something I pushed really hard for, and then had to eat crow afterwards because COVID came and we were scrambling to try to get those in the hands of our students. But I still think that that young age group, the idea of them taking them home, is not something that I would be supportive of. I don't know, Dr. Vasquez, if that age group you were referring to in terms of teachers and their ability to input grades, or was that for older kids?
No, it was for anyone because we have hotspots. I haven't looked at the data in over 18 months, but the last time I looked at the data, we were heavy at the secondary level with hotspots, not elementary. And so the concern that's been shared regarding what they are accessing is something that we even had conversations with the previous CIO, and trying to get that information was proving to be difficult. I will also tell you that Maurice and I have had discussions around our one-on-one initiative, the cost that's associated with it. And although we have seen some drop in the cost of repairs, when the board directed us to revisit the fines that we were charging because we didn't want that to be a burden on our families. Again, that was additional dollars that the district or the school is absorbing. And so we have started to have conversations about leasing. Maybe leasing is simply something we look at the secondary level. And at the elementary level, we visit the model that we currently have, or a derivative of that, to see if we're able to reduce our overall costs. I'm not as concerned with the capital portion of it, at least not currently. That might change in the next few months, but more so the amount of money that we are spending with the repairs, even with the deployment of the new devices. I'm alarmed at how many students still continue to have breakage that one would assume is a lot. So that is an area that we are investigating. We're also looking at having conversations of what does that look like. The board has mentioned on several occasions that there's so much that's on the computer that we're not, doing enough, have a blended approach. We really have talked and shared that a blended approach is the appropriate manner to be using the devices. I'm not aware that we have communicated that that's inappropriate, at least recently. But I do know that message is out there because I have also heard it. And so how are we able to come to a more balanced approach that helps us continue to have our students have equitable opportunities, regardless of their background or their financial status, but making it so that we're not breaking the bank. The cost has definitely increased when it comes to the one-on-one device.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. I think I know the answer to this. You may have covered it, but in terms of social media, on the devices that we give our students, not the hotspots and what other devices might use it, the devices do not permit social media. Is that correct?
On OCPS provided devices, social media is blocked.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to, before I move on, there's one thing I think as we provide input to the superintendent about what we find to be a priority. Superintendent and I had talked about this before. It's difficult to say, boy, this we absolutely have to have, or that we absolutely have to have, until the superintendent and her cabinet can come back and tell us if we have this, what are we trading off? Right now, we're looking all of these against each other. but they may actually involve a cut someplace else if we don't get the level of funding that we need from the state. And based on the governor's budget that came out, we're not going to be close to having the level of funding that we need, even for our obligations without this 28 million, which for me is alarming. Obviously, it will be alarming for all of us. But just so the board knows, I mean, as the superintendent just said a minute ago, there's not an expectation that we're going to walk out of this meeting and say, all right, go fund this. There are going to be additional conversations, and the superintendent's really looking for us to kind of prioritize what we have here and give feedback. And I think the board's done a pretty good job so far of doing that. So let's move on to Member Felder.
Thank you, Chair. I do remember during my tenure teaching with some of the devices, and I remember when you first came on board, we were at UCF downtown, and I asked the question. I said, "What do you mean, 100? You can't do that?" And the superintendent said, "Boardman, he's the only person." I went, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's sufficient. I'm so sorry." But my concern, and as the chair reiterated for us, that we're just in a point of discussion, because you have to come back and then let us know. But in the event that this is an area that we're going to have to cut or blend it, I know teachers not going to like that this and this, they just do one or the other. I think that's going to be a lot of extra work for them. But my concern is in my district, the internet is sporadic. That's the best way I can say. I really want to say something else, but I'm on TV, so I can't. It's not working the right way. So they need, I know many of them need the hotspots. And we may have to indulge, and that's not a good word, but encourage, I should say, private donors or companies to come and help. And many of them would probably want to, because they're going to need that hotspot just to do their work. So I'm concerned. And if in the event, this is my other concern, that we can't fund this, or this is something that we're going to have to lay low on, I don't want students to be penalized because they've been given an assignment that requires digital work, and they are unable to do it because the lack of the hotspot, and then there's no leeway, or they're punished. They're penalized grade wise. And I've had many students at a time that say to me, I couldn't finish the assignment on Canvas because the cable, we didn't have Wi-Fi, whatever. And I know it's aggravating sometimes as teachers give assignments out, sometimes 2 and 3 weeks in advance, but you also cannot predict when the Wi-Fi, and we live in the light capital of the world. So every now and then the cable is going to go out, the Wi-Fi that will not be. So those are my two concerns as we look at, fellow board members, what we need to cut, reconsider that certain areas in Orlando, especially where there are a lot of trees, Wi-Fi sometimes is kind of funny. And if you have that hotspot, sometimes that can help. And then if we have to not have it, that there be some real leniency on students and the assignments that may require digital work. So that's my only concern. I'm an old-fashioned teacher. I still believed in notebooks, writing cursive, blue or black ink. I was that type of person, that type of teacher, with paper with lines, 8 by 11. But we're different now. Teachers, they do things a little different now. So I just want us to consider that, even with the little K through 2 babies, a lot of them don't take the devices home, and some of them do, and they're very excited about having their devices and doing work. So I just want us to consider that part, Superintendent, when we decide to do this, we have to consider that factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to suggest or ask actually about the federal infrastructure bill. There was a lot in there about broadband and expanding broadband in communities and low-income communities. So there are a lot of resources out there, and especially for besides just the infrastructure bill, there's just recently, like in the past couple years, there's been a lot of programs for low-income families to get internet access. In fact, I just looked it up, and there's a whole list of programs they can qualify for if they receive public assistance, or children, if you have a child that is in the national school, approved for a national school lunch program or breakfast, if you've got a Pell Grant, if you're a senior citizen or veteran, whatever, and you can get internet for a monthly fee of $9 a month and things like that. I mean, there's tons of resources like that. So I would be in favor of sharing those resources as opposed to giving out the hotspots. I think that there's plenty of ways to help our students get the access they need.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Gould.
I actually wanted to go back to something that the superintendent said about the one-to-one devices. If we lease the devices, that becomes an operational expense. If we purchase the devices with a plan for repair, that's a capitalization expense. Could we not keep it a capital item and still reduce the burden on our team for those repairs, and maybe build it into the cost of each device? Because we get those devices from one, right? Isn't it one vendor?
We did an RFP, and and so we go through that process. We have looked at the cost of repairs over the last, I want to say 2 years, possibly 3. We looked at purchasing insurance, offering insurance, and it is still very, very high. We are hopeful that the difference in the leasing model will cut the expenses in the general budget that we are paying for repairs. But we certainly, we'll look at all options. But at this point, the current model that we have, where we're purchasing devices and then the repair cost, is not something that we can continue to sustain. If we are going to continue to look at salaries, look at other supports that our children need. And more districts are looking at this option for that very reason.
Yeah, but I was trying to keep it in that capitalized side so that it would come with the device purchase, almost like when I go to Best Buy and it comes with that, right? So
welcome.
We can lease through capital funds. It is.
Oh, we can.
It's in statute.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Then I don't care.
Okay. Member Castro-Dental. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share some other information as regards to this technology and the effect of making changes, because our teachers and classrooms have become so integrated with the technology. And if we do make these significant changes, we have to consider the support for teachers to make changes as well, because there are a lot of platforms they rely on. They've already made the adjustment from that paper and pencil tasks to the computer. So if this is an area where we're looking at cutting, that there is a very deliberate transition and support for our teaching staff. That's all.
Thank you, Member Castellanos. Superintendent?
That's precisely why we were just looking at leasing, because we know that although it was difficult for teachers to transition to digital, the vast majority of them see the value to the programs that they have available to help make it a little bit easier. Additionally, we are hoping that through AI, we're going to find resources that will literally take some things off of their plate. Maybe it's grading, maybe it's other things that consume a lot of time for them that would require the technology as well. So that's why we were just looking at leasing.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Castellano, and thank you, Superintendent. All right, that is the last comment from board members.
All right.
Welcome.
Would you lower that a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Victor. It is not, the podium thing is just not working here. There it goes, or maybe that's them in the back. I didn't realize that they do it in the back.
So hello again.
Is that low enough?
That's fine, thank you.
No, it's not.
Thank you, thank you. Great. Okay, so on this slide, we have the fiscal year 2023-24 general fund. The following items are currently funded in the 23-24 operating budget as planned expenses for this year. These items include programs that are traditionally budgeted in the operating budget, yet Esser funds allowed the district to offset these costs over the past 3 years. Other items are new to the general fund. As a proactive measure, we folded these costs into the fiscal year 24 budget to lessen the fiscal cliff. Textbook adoption is a standard annual expense that has been folded back into the operating budget at an average annual cost. Summer learning represents our traditional enrichment camps, such as ACT Prep Camp, Calculus Project, and High School Band Camp. The required summer programs will be paid through Esser in summer of 2024. A major operating expense is the school clinic staff. Pre-COVID, the majority of school clinics were staffed with a school health assistant, or SHA. Esser funds allowed us to upgrade these positions to LPNs, and in this year's operating budget, we maintained the LPN allocations at all schools. Extended contract, is a set number of summer days provided to key instructional support positions in preparation for the new school year. We plan for the provision of these allocations as were provided pre-COVID. Our previous school funding formula limited assistant principal allocations to our mid-size to large elementary schools, those with weighted FTE of 657 or above. Esser funds were used to provide at least one assistant principal to targeted elementary schools. To complement Esser funding and ensure equity, the general fund provided an AP allocation to our smaller non-Title I schools and a second AP allocation to our K-8 schools. You may recall on an earlier slide an initiative that included 36 assistant principals at targeted elementary schools identified at a cost of $3.35 million. To maintain equity in school allocations, should the board decide to eliminate the APs at the targeted elementary schools, then these 22 assistant principal positions would also be eliminated. The district's annual investment in our Launch Ed program, which provides students with one-to-one devices, proved vital in our ability to pivot quickly and implement a remote learning environment. Annually, we budget repair costs for the normal wear and tear of these devices. Funding for PSAT 8-9 grade exam fees is included in the current year budget. and temporary contracted service for speech and language and custodial services is folded back into the general fund. Should I move on to the next slide?
One quick question for you. When you talk about targeted schools, what is the determination of a school that's targeted?
No, targeted. What's the determination for a targeted elementary? Title I, right?
District-wide, we do Title I. We don't do,
Sorry.
district-wide, we do Title I, but we don't do targeted. We do school-wide. So we had schools that did not have an AP because their school size was less than 657. So we picked up the Title I schools with Esser, and Doreen picked up the remaining schools here in the district with the general funds.
Okay.
So they were targeted because they were smaller schools with less than 657 students.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And Title I in that case.
Yes. Okay.
And then complemented through general. Good?
All right. Before we move on, let me call a member from.
Okay.
Just a quick question regarding the nurses. I love that we've upped the position to the LPN, but my question would be, can only LPNs now get hired, or can schools also still hire the SHAW or the school health assistant?
So we provide the LPN allocation, but if school cannot find an LPN, or some have SHAWs that they are very attached to, then in that case, we have cashed in the LPN position and then provided the funding for the SHAW.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Member Gould.
On the contracted services, could you explain that a little bit more? I heard you say custodial.
Yes, ma'am. Speech and language is actually about $1.5 million of that, and custodial services is a little more than $1.3 million of that.
And we've contracted because we can't hire enough, or it was supplemental?
I think it's both. I mean, Rory could speak to more of the centralized, but in terms of our, I believe, where did we shift back custodial to? Elementary and K-8 schools? And middle also. Okay, so at those particular schools, we have now started to fund a small amount of contracted service so that when a custodian is out, they have the resources to be able to hire a temp for a day or two or a week or whatever it might be.
Okay. So it's not backfilling positions we have open necessarily. It's supplemental on both those cases, on the speech therapists and on the
Correct.
custodial.
Correct. Those are the dollars that I'm speaking of being funded in the 24 budget are separate from.
For continuity of service. Okay.
Correct.
And that's the same in the speech therapy?
Correct. It's in addition to, we have the
But we
positions.
don't fill all
and then-
those positions. So if we can't fill all those positions, are we using that supplemental service? Or is that coming out of the money that we would normally pay?
Well, we
that
start
position?
with the 1.5 million. If we go beyond that and we have vacancies, we
position
would then use those
attributed.
dollars to offset the contracted service.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple of questions. For example, the textbook adoption, that's not really open for discussion. That's
correct.
So that's just there to show us that we've moved it back into the general. So that really, I don't know that we should be considering items that we really can't consider. And
Madam
then,
Chair.
Well, no.
I'm sorry, Superintendent.
No,
please.
I'm sorry, you're not considering, these next slides are
Correct.
just to show you what we have
Yes.
already put
additional,
into. Yes.
So none of, like the LPN positions would be open for discussion, correct? Well, not with Pam, but I'm not asking Pam, I'm asking the superintendent.
So if the board's stance on that changes, then it can be reconsidered, but the last direction given by the board was LPNs.
And I agree. I support LPNs, but again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. We've got to make some hard decisions, and everything should be on the table. And do we value LPNs more than we value mental health? Like, I think we value both equally, but we don't have the dollars to fund everything equally. And so does it make sense to look at that and make sure in schools that have high needs that we have LPNs in those schools, and maybe in other schools that don't, maybe we revert back to a Shaw? I think those are the hard kind of conversations that Pam doesn't want to have, that I think we need to have. But I just, yeah, but I think, and I'm not, we are, and I said this before, we offer a lot of services that are so needed, because if our children aren't well, they can't learn, and I understand that, and I fully support this holistic approach to teaching our children, and I have for my 5 years here on the board. But as we look forward and we look at $28 million that we got to find costs for, I think everything has to be on the table, and we're in the business of educating students. That's our primary goal, is to educate our students with the understanding that we can if they're not well. But we have picked up the financial burden of a lot of different entities that other stakeholders or other divisions, other entities should be taking care of. They should be funded and being able to take care of that. And it shouldn't fall to the school district to find money for and take away from other services that are desperately needed by our students too. So again, don't come at me, because I don't know where I'll land on this, but I'm just saying that we have to have these conversations, and maybe it doesn't make sense to have an LPN. Maybe that's not sustainable, just like we're looking at the laptops, because that could not be sustainable. I think anything that, when we have a hard time finding the resources, and we're also, when I say resources, I mean human capital resources, and we have a hard time funding it, and we've spent a lot of money last year of Esser dollars on contracting out for LPNs, which we this year said we can't sustain that. We've got to look at those non-sustainable items and figure out a better way to do them. Thank you.
Ms. Concolino?
Okay, so now we'll move on to.
I'm sorry. Member Gould.
I'm not coming at you, Vice Chair. But here's a couple of things that I do want you to consider, and I'm all for having a good, robust discussion on this. The school nurse, whether it is an LPN or an RN, RNs are better, are often that first identifier of mental health and the first line of defense. So you can't look at that whole child and just say it's the 40 plus that we need, because they're often the identifier. And LPNs are great, and some of them are more highly qualified and experienced. It's not qualification, it's experienced than others. Shaws usually can't identify those signs of mental illness and behavioral things. So I don't want to look at it in a vacuum. I want us to consider it all. I do have a question, since we're hunting for revenue. When I first came on the board, we were not billing for Medicaid services that were being done, and now we do, and there's money for that. Have we looked at that recently to see if there are other services that could actually help supplement that LPN need? Because those nurses are delivering direct care all the time, and I want to be sure we're capturing all that. The second thing for the board, before we get into this full discussion about LPN versus RN versus Shaw, is you have to look at Medicaid in this state. When you talk about agencies that are available to support this stuff, because of us not taking all of the federal dollars for that match for Medicaid, there is a huge gap population. And part of what we saw happen this year, and it'll hopefully get better next year and get kids back on kid care, is people lost their health care and didn't really understand why, because that money that we were taking during COVID and matching with state funds has gone away again. So there is a huge number of uninsured right now that just don't know what to do. And there's many agencies out there trying to help them navigate that. So I think that part will get better, but there's still a cap on the dollars available to a lot of our families because it just doesn't exist. So there's no coverage for their services anywhere, not in our school system and not in our community. And, you know, the Shepherd's Hope and Grace Medicals of the world are just not big enough to handle all of that. So when we do get into that part of the discussion, I would like to know that. And I saw the superintendent wanted to respond on the Medicaid billing.
Dr. Basquez.
So they have started conversations about billing for the counseling services. I don't know if Doreen or Mary wants to speak more to that. I do know that there was also an issue with the amount of Medicaid dollars. I think a year ago, maybe two, we started to see a decline in the reimbursements of that through some of the ESE. And that was a concern. That wasn't just us. That was across the state, correct? So we took a hit there. And so they are already looking at other areas that we can bill.
Yeah, the state, DOE, I believe beginning of last year, started stating that we were able to possibly bill Medicaid for counseling services for non-ESE students. However, again, I think the same situation as with ESE with how much you can bill and what the cap is, but we just started having conversations.
That's awesome because I think that will be an opportunity. But even all the services we're providing right now in the clinics, you know, it's hard to figure out who qualifies and who doesn't, right? And are there services we could look at billing even back to insurance for people who have straight insurance that for delivery? Because if they're helping them deliver their diabetes medication and other things we haven't ever looked at before, and I don't know the availability to do that, but if we can justify it on a Medicaid fee schedule, we should be able to do any HMO, PPO, or commercial insurance as well. So there may be revenue out there that could be possible. And with our new partners that we have to supply our own health insurance, they may be able to help with that so we don't have to set up a full billing structure, which would only add cost to us. Because even if we paid them a fee, it might offset the cost because they're already doing it. Right, we don't have to build an infrastructure they already have.
I'm not sure we can bill for LPN. That's what Mary and I were just saying.
Well, then back to RN.
The DOE has said psychologists, social workers, and licensed mental health counselors can bill, but I'm not sure about.
Let's check because I think back in the day we could bill for some of those services that the LPNs were doing because we didn't have all RNs in our healthcare clinics either. And even through some of our partners like Winter Park Health Foundation, if there might be a PA that is overseeing all, which is how we got some reimbursement when I ran the school nurse program for Health Central. You know, there may be ways to structure it that we're not having to do less. We could actually do more and get reimbursement for it, or maybe even under a third-party partner.
All right.
Moving on?
Moving on.
Where are my glasses? Okay, so now for fiscal year 24-25 general fund. The first three items will be included in the 24-25 operating budget because they have become essential to the work that we are performing across the district. COVID has shifted our mindset to update some of our operational processes to ensure business continuity without the need for face-to-face interaction. Scribbles is an investment in a platform that supports online new student registration and digital student cumulative record management. DocuSign and Smartsheets provide workflow efficiencies in the daily operations of the school district. Reflex Math provides online educational tools that supplement instruction so that parents and students have access at home. The next three items will be funded in the 24-25 operating budget as planned expenses for next year. Summer learning represents the required summer school program, such as third grade reading camp, extended school year for our ESE students, and credit recovery. These programs will be funded as a summer 2025 expense. HVAC filter costs represent the standard maintenance expense for filter replacements that were included in the operating budget pre-COVID. Higher efficiency filters require more energy, increasing utility costs, and there is no discernible benefit to more efficient filters during periods of normal risk. Annual stakeholder survey. The Panorama Survey is utilized to gain feedback from family, staff, and students for the OCPS 2025 strategic plan. The cost for the current year is $510,000 and nearly $1.1 million for the past 2 years. Moving forward, Thought Exchange and Qualtrics will be utilized to gain stakeholder feedback. A senior administrator will be hired to build and sustain a dashboard to ensure we are able to continue to meet our accreditation expectations. The last item, the PCG Ed Plan program, is a requirement of the Florida Administrative Code. The program is a collaborative threat assessment tool to manage the processes and documentations of both threats to self and threats to others. District teams will have the ability to share, review, disseminate, and manage the documents and processes related to the new Florida Threat Management Model, Self-Harm Incidents, and Baker Acts. We will explore mental health categorical funds for this expense.
Member Gould.
I had a question on the filters. How long do the filters last, and would we want to use the higher efficiency filters, say during flu and cold season versus other times of the year?
I'm going to let Rory answer that.
The filters that we typically use, we change on a 90-day cycle, so it's,
Okay.
It's a quarterly replacement cycle. There are some filters that actually last longer. They cost more. The analysis says the quarterly ones are still cheaper than the ones that do last longer. The current recommendations for higher risk times, and higher risk times aren't really defined. ASHRAE, who's the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers, is the organization whose recommendations we follow. Their current recommendation, and they're calling this a normal risk time, is that we can revert back to the standard, which was MERV 8. We actually acquire MERV 10 filters, which are a little bit higher because we get them for the same price, so that's what we use. They've recently published a new standard for higher risk times that only requires MERV 11 in higher risk times, so not MERV 13. So they're not recommending, even for a future pandemic or higher risk, this is after all the studies that were done during the pandemic,
Right.
their recommendation is a MERV 11 filter would be sufficient during those times. So if we deem them to be a higher risk period, then we would move to MERV 11.
Right, like October to February.
Yeah, and I'm not
Yeah.
sure that MERV 11 is actually available because typically the discussion is MERV 13, so we'd need to see if it is available. I suspect it'll be close to the MERV 13 price. Without getting into a lot of technical details, they're actually going to, upgrade the requirement, but they're going to change the requirement to an A standard. So the filters get rated as MERV 11 or MERV 11A. A is the rating that it keeps for as long as it's in use. Filters are actually, they get a hydrostatic charge. That hydrostatic charge does tend to go away with time, but it varies by the environment, and there's not any real good data about how quickly it goes away. But they're going to upgrade their standard for high-risk times to be an 11A standard in the future. I think that's going to take place in 2025. So.
Thank you. So we're already cycling between the two standards.
So right now, I mean, we have MERV 13. which we've been using ESSER funds to fund. When our current supplies run out, we would go back to MERV 10, which is what we have been using. And the plan would be to continue to use MERV 10 as we've done in the past. And that's what's included in the funding that we've shown there.
Okay, so not upgrading during the higher risk times, but just use MERV 10 throughout the entire year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Member Farrar?
This question is for about Scribbles. Are you able to just explain a little more, or someone, the online enrollment part? I keep talking and then just.
Mr. Moody?
Thank you. Just some more information on Scribbles. When it's saying the online enrollment, is this for new students only, or is this like every year, every student as they are?
So Scribbles is online enrollment process application. So yes, it's for new students.
Just new students, okay, and then.
And if you transfer, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. And if you would transfer from one school to another, it would be an update.
Okay, that makes sense. What does the acronym CUM stand for?
Cumulative folder.
Okay.
It's the student's permanent record cumulative folder.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and so this, that makes sense. I was trying to see if this was going to be, if we were shifting more online for yearly when we're having to do all the forms and such. That is not included in this for like just your typical, say my kid is enrolled, they've been at the same school since kindergarten, it's a new school year, it's third grade, and they come home with 20 different papers, and I have 5 children, and at one point I had all 5 enrolled, and everyone I had to fill out a form for. Is that something we're gonna go online for that?
So anything, I'm sure that we send out a number of forms, school-based and district-based, at the beginning of the year. Any forms that would be updating, like the parent address, that type of thing, would be part of Scribbles, yes.
Okay.
But there are probably other forms that the schools would send out, but anything related to address, enrollment, transfers would be Scribbles.
Part of Scribbles. Okay, perfect. I don't know, Dr. Vasquez, is that something that we could help kind of streamline with our parents, where they could do that portion online instead of having the form sent home? I don't know how that works. I'm thinking if we could save money with the printing, and then it's easier to like autofills.
Certainly staff can look at that. We have some of our documents that we have on our the parent portal, the student portal, that parents are currently able to fill in. And so staff can look at streamlining that. Remember, we do have some families and that either don't have access to the technology, or that's not something that they're comfortable with. So we would look to see how we may be able to support them as well.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Move on?
Thank you.
Okay. So in conclusion, please allow me to remind the board of our current financial obligations that will be folded into fiscal year 24-25 operating budget. The fronted 3% of the current salary proposal equates to approximately $38 million. The increase to health care benefits will cost $26 million, and all indications are pointing to another significant increase in the FRS employer retirement contribution, on average $14 million. These obligations would require an estimated $78 million increase in traditional school funding to avoid reductions. The governor's budget recommendation was released on December 5th, and although early in the process, the recommendation appears to have little relief to an already stretched 24-25 budget. The governor's budget recommends an increase to the base student allocation, or BSA, of $107, and that equates to 2.09%. However, this includes $200 million statewide increase to the teacher salary increase allocation that's now folded into the BSA. I don't expect the district's share of the increase to the teacher salary increase allocation will fully cover the fronted 3% of the instructional salary proposal offered by the board. The recommended per-student funding reflects an increase of $175 over the current year's second calculation and includes a statewide increase to the mental health allocation, to the safe schools allocation, and to the transportation allocation. So I'm just going to segue a bit and say mental health statewide, based on governor recommendations here, mental health statewide is looking at, he's suggesting $20 million. Using 7%, because typically OCPS is about 7% of the state FTE and funding, that would be $1.4 million in mental health, additional dollars for us. Safe Schools is a $40 million increase. That would be about $3.2 million. Again, I'm estimating based on the 7% of the state. And transportation, $20 million, which would then equate to about $1.4 million for OCPS. Finally, the governor's recommendation specifically requests that the required local millage rate is maintained at the current year level.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
His recommendation specifically requests that the required local millage rate is maintained at the current year level, foregoing any hope for an increase to the millage to support our increased operational expenses. The Esser funding cliff compounds the financial landscape. If I may quote a September 12th article from the Brookings Institute publication, quote, "It's a perfect storm of financial chaos brought on by the abrupt ending of federal pandemic relief funds, falling district enrollments, and slowing state revenues," end quote. Retaining ESSER-funded programs and positions will necessitate a corresponding cost offset to the operating budget. And with that, I will turn it back over to Superintendent Vasquez.
Can we follow up with some questions now? Okay, thank you. So you've given us, at the top, you've given us our commitments absent the $28 million that the cabinet has identified as effective, and if possible, we should retain it. Okay. So
correct.
I add all this. This is $78 million plus the $28 million. We're at, what is it, $106 million, I think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And out of that $106 million, the mental health dollars, which you anticipate would be about $1.4 million.
The new mental health dollars, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we could take 106 and we could back out the 1.4. And somebody else do the math. And then Safe Schools. Safe Schools isn't in any part of this. So the additional money we get for Safe Schools, can we use that $3.2 million to offset anything in our $28 million?
So sure, I mean, we overspend on all of our categorical funds. So any additional funding to support a categorical would be offset by what the general fund picks up.
Okay, so theoretically, we could take from that 106, we could subtract from that 3.2 also. And then for the transportation,
Same as with SAFE.
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
we do
save there.
overspend. Mm-hmm.
By the way, our shortfall on transportation right now is, I know it's percentage about 50, but what are the actual dollars?
I think it's 30-something million. I'm looking over to my Judith there. I think it's somewhere around that.
I'm sorry for that sarcasm, but so that's our shortfall? Okay, thanks. Backing all that out, we're still looking at close to $100 million.
I have 101, give or take, yes.
Okay. And the 107 base student allocation, if we multiply that times, how many students did you say? Because we're using
So we have to
those in
use
traditional.
just traditional, because
And
we have to remember that when we look at our total funding, there is sometimes the per pupil for traditional and charter schools is not, or has not up till now, and I haven't seen any breakdown, been the same as the per pupil for scholarship. So what we have to look at traditional funding, what it is that we're going to get, it's 185,000 is about, our enrollment has ticked down a bit.
Okay. So at 185,000 students and $107 is how much?
So I would actually, if I may, I would use the 175, that's the total per pupil, that's including the mental health, the SAFE, the transportation. 175 is what he's proposing as the increase in the total per pupil. So 107 is the BSA, then you have the various categoricals and other line items.
I was doing it one way, you're doing it another. So we'll just
right.
keep the 175. Okay. That doesn't look like that's coming up to 175, but okay, it's 100.
Well, there are other, I've
You
carved
just
out
highlighted them.
the big items,
All right,
yes.
so the amount we're getting is 175.
175 times 185,000 students, I come up with just over $32 million. Earlier, you had asked the 7.2 million, which is just Mary's positions, counselor, mental health, social worker, and guidance. I think some guidance counselors was 7.2 million.
Right.
So we would need at least 0.5% to be able to maintain that.
That was, I was asking for that before I saw this. So I hadn't gotten to your last slide, and I should have ahead of time. So we, based on his current budget, we're expecting an additional 32 million, and the money that we need is 106 million. Just want to make sure I got that.
Yes, ma'am, that is what the landscape we are looking at this time.
And let me ask you, on the fronted 3% of current salary, the proposal that we put on the table, that number of 38 million, is that just for instructional employees, or does that include OSPA employees, administrators?
The $38 million, that's everyone.
Okay, good. Okay, I just want to make sure that wasn't just a part of the pie. So if we get what the governor is providing for us, we will we won't have enough money even for the current salary. We'll need to fund out of pocket by cuts $26 million for healthcare costs, $14 million for the increase in
So
FRS.
that is a 4-year average. So this current year, it was 21.6 million.
Yeah.
10.5 million, 9.5 million, 15.5 million.
You're guessing, but in that ballpark. And that doesn't include the $28 million that we would like to keep that we had from Esser.
Correct.
So what would the BSA need to be for us to do everything we're committed on these financial obligations and the 28 million without having to make cuts to other operational funds?
I'd need a little bit of time, but I will certainly come back with that.
Yeah, if you would, that'd be really helpful. And then, as we discussed, it would be really helpful to see what our BSA would be right now if we had just kept up with the CPI since 2000, and then give us another, reference point from 2011. As I suspect, we would be able to fund all of this and probably more. And then I think I had one other financial question, but I don't remember what it is right now. But I do hope that, I wish there was a way for the public to watch, see, and understand this, because it's it's hugely problematic. And superintendent, you're going to have a really challenging job coming back to us with a budget. Am I missing something here? I'm sorry, I don't want to be like the sky is falling, but I don't understand how you're going to pull a rabbit out of the hat on this.
Well, no, I mean, there really is no magic bullet. I can tell you that we've analyzed this, we've looked, we've talked about, well, what if, we cut positions that are currently funded through grants? But those grants have stipulations that really very few, if any, of these could absorb that cost. I'm very concerned because the personnel that we're talking about, and I'll be very specific, and no harm to Pam about the LPN, RN, but really when I look at the personnel that we're looking at here, I'm looking at the guidance counselors, the SAFE coordinators, the mental health counselors, and the support staff that we have for our students with special needs. Even just looking at carving out the money for that means that we are going to have to look at cuts in another area if that is the board's direction. And it's very difficult because we know that these have been beneficial to our students and they still need it. It's not like the pandemic is done and we're all fine. We're not. We continue to see students that are struggling academically. They're struggling with resiliency, the same with our staff. We see chronic absenteeism. We see families that are struggling with their children and trying to get them back on track. But to be very honest with you, if we are to look at any of these, they're going to come at the cost of cuts in another area. And that's what we will propose to do. We'll come back with some of the data that you have asked us for. I love the idea of the rubric. We'll probably reach out to board members to see what are those areas that you are feeling are the most important when we are analyzing or rating them. And then we can come back with a prioritized list knowing that it may not be perfect. And then we will come back to you with proposed areas of cuts once we get an agreement on that list that's being prioritized.
So I feel like I'm missing something, because even if Esser dollars weren't, if we never had them, they're not going, that's just not even on the table. We never got the benefit out of them. I'm still looking at $38 million for salaries, but only $32 million in new funds, $26 million for healthcare costs, and $10+ million for the increase the state is going to mandate for the FRS as they continue to try to get actuarially sound. And so all of that right now, all those dollars have to come from someplace else. So you are already looking at all these cuts. I'm not missing anything. And then another 28 million.
Yeah, no, you're not. Doreen may want to.
No, you're not missing anything. I just, Judith's done some quick calculations, so yes, just put that out as a caveat. But if you want to generate, or through BSA, if we want to generate $106 million, we need somewhere between a 6 and 7% increase to the BSA.
Okay.
And it's regarding transportation, which I thought was more in the mid to upper 60s. It's actually 77 million right now, and we get revenue. We receive 35 million in revenue, so we overspend by about 40 million.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so BSA would need to be 6 to 7% higher.
In total, right?
Okay.
So 2% is the 32, so 1% is 16. If you got 106, it comes between 6 and 7 million.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, 6 and 7%.
Okay, thank you. All right, Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. I was just asking about the Florida retirement system, the $14 million. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So each year, over the last 4 years, they have, as the chair has mentioned, they're concerned about the actuarial soundness of the Florida retirement system. I think we're funded somewheres in the low to mid 80%. And the idea over the last number of years has been not only to increase what we would need the current rate to keep pace, but they're also having us backfill to try to bring up the amount that the plan is funded.
So this is the state requirement.
Correct.
Has increased of the money that we're putting in ahead of time.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
Like the state requirement of how much money we're putting in ahead of time is increased.
Absolutely. And if you read the summary that came out with the governor's budget, they indicated another significant increase. So,
did they give us kind of like a form? Like how are these 14 million determined? Is it like it's just based on our current projections of our current staff, or is it just a
correct? So they increase all the various categories of the retirement plan by X amount of percent, each of those categories. And we plug that in with our total staff base, and that's where we come up with the dollar amount. So until I get some firm numbers, I can't give a specific.
Okay, thank you, Doreen.
Member Castor-Dental.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask about the FRS as well, but so thank you for your explanation. But the Florida retirement system is sound. It is sound. This is the state shifting their responsibility away and putting it onto the workers. So in the legislature, that was the game they played, and they play it every year. And they continue to say that they are suffering and it's not sound. It is the legislature who decides to put the burden back on the workers by making them pay more. So there's that. So that's something else we could ask for as well, is to not simply accept the increase of the Florida retirement system of our workers, but for the state to continue to take on the greater responsibility. I have a question about the maintain current level of required local millage. Is that this, are you talking about the current dollar amount or the rate?
So when he was talking, his reference was to the rate, but in the end, the legislature comes up with a dollar amount, and that will ultimately determine, are we at 3.1, 3.2? It all depends on that dollar amount that the legislature approves.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when he says maintain current level of required local millage, does that mean that it's, I guess what I'm asking is, so if they're trying to maintain the current level and it increases as it does every year, then they will actually be rolling back RLE, would they not? No?
No.
Okay,
So
good.
we were dealing with rollback
Yes.
a couple of years ago, and I want to say last year and the current year, there was no rollback. However, I'd add that our millage rate did drop a bit because our property valuation had gone higher than the dollar amount approved by the legislature, and we are not, as a school district, allowed to generate more than's been approved. So our millage rate had to tick down so that when you apply that to the Orange County assessed value, only X dollars amount was able to be generated.
So, and then I guess my next question is, how much money are we setting aside for Disney again?
So those are, that's a great point. Because, well, the reason I'm glad you brought that up is over the last couple of years, I've been transparent in all our budget meetings in sharing with the board that the Esser funding has afforded us the opportunity to shift operating expenses to Esser, freeing up the general fund dollars, which either we provided in the form of bonuses over the years, or it increased our fund balance. Well, that has been what has afforded us the opportunity to do these massive transfers into the trust, as well as set aside right now, we have $86 million set aside for Disney.
So if we take that $86 million, your number gets a lot lower there, Madam Chair.
But that's not recurring now. Wait,
No,
so
that's
the
not-
dollars
no.
amount we need is recurring. This is
It's
just, savings account.
Are we any closer to resolving that issue? Since did anything change with the new board that was put in place for Disney?
I am not aware.
Let me turn to the superintendent.
So they thought a couple of weeks ago that they were close to coming to a resolution, and then Disney pulled back. And so that was the latest from Scott. I saw him two weeks ago. And so they're really back to the drawing table. And I know that jokingly you're referencing, that money, but honestly, if we don't pay it, they just take it off of what we would get. So that's not an option.
Ultimately, though, the superintendent makes, if I may interject here, the superintendent makes a valid point. So besides owing the back dollars of, let's just say, and I don't know if it's going to end up at the 86 million, but going forward, our revenue is going to be reduced by whatever their settlement is. It may be 7 million a year, it may be 13 million a year, because their assessed valuation will decrease. We don't know how much, which then impacts our revenue. So we will have less revenue when this is settled.
Well, you're just a bunch of
Sorry.
good news today.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that explanation. So we have a lot before us to discuss. I do want to point out that the legislature rarely, if ever, takes the governor's budget recommendations. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. We don't know until the end of session. The good news is session ends early because it's an election year, so we'll know around March, the first week in March, where they land with the BSA and what the legislature has approved for the budget. I do think that this gives us information to have a conversation, as Member Byrd pointed out, with our delegation and with those in Tallahassee, so that they can kind of understand the real needs that we have in educating our students. And I said it before, and I'm going to say it again, like other agencies, if they're getting funding, they've got to step up with some of these high needs that we have for our students. The financial burden can't continually fall on, I think we showed today that it can't fall on us. We don't have the money. And at the end of the day, if other agencies don't step up, kids are going to be harmed, because these services are vital to their needs and they need to be met. So maybe that's another conversation that we can have along with the FRS. Hopefully we can keep that off the table. So there's lots to discuss with the legislature this upcoming session, and there's going to be a lot of hard decisions that are going to be made by the district in the coming months. So thank you very much, everybody who presented today. We didn't like what we heard, so I don't want to give you the impression we did, but we like you. So thank you for all your hard work and for all the work that you do on behalf of the school board each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick question. I know people are tuning in. Can you explain what BSA and FEFP stand for? I know what they are. I just want to...
The BSA is the base student allocation, and the FEFP is the Florida Education Finance Program.
Okay, and then what is the difference between the two?
So the Florida Education Finance Program is the vehicle, the entire funding formula process by which we receive our funding. The base student allocation is just that. It is the per student allocation. Base, and then you have categorical and other funds to come up with your total per pupil dollar amount.
Okay, and what is our current total per pupil dollar amount?
I believe it's $8,555.
Okay. Okay, per student. Okay, I think that's helpful, and I think it might have been you, Miss Castor-Dental, Member Castor-Dental, that had mentioned that, or I don't know who it was, maybe Gould, about with the funding that's coming from the state to help with school choice, and students are receiving, I don't know what the amount is, $7,500, $8,500, and that's to help, and that does not even cover, I honestly don't know any school right now. There might be some that it covers the full year, but most of them it's a portion of it, and then there's money on top of it that parents have to pay out of pocket. And so I think to help the state understand that not even the private schools are operating off of this yearly amount, and that if we do want it to be then equitable and make sure that every child is receiving an awesome education no matter where they're going. And while I love school choice, and I think it's very important for parents to have that choice because not every kid learns in the same environment. So I think just for us to be able to bring that concept to the legislators and help them understand that not even the private schools are being able to function in the same way. While they may also offer different things that do increase that budget, but I think it's just, I think we're seeing here that the funding, we do need a little more funding. So, thank you, and I appreciate your help.
Please.
If I may just clarify one thing, I was speaking to Vice Chair Gallo, and I was saying that the revenue, the local revenue will be reduced by whatever dollar amount, let's just say, $7, $9, $10 million. But with the FEFP, it's equalized. So we would get a little more state funding if, in fact, our required local effort goes down. However, our special millage is not equalized. So whatever portion we would lose to Disney's lesser valuation, that would impact our special millage.
Okay, a question for you. What is the FEFP and what is the BSA right now?
The FEFP is
the dollar amount. For the base student allocation, the dollar amount per student.
Well, Board Member Felder had asked me what the per pupil dollar amount in the current year was, and that is $8,555.
Okay.
The BSA in the current year is $5,139.73.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to back into that. I was close. We're good. We're not good. We're really not good at all. No, we're not. So not good. But I think Vice Chair said it really well. You all did a great job. I think the reason I'm just kind of staggered is that the superintendent looks so calm over there that I keep thinking, because this is really bad. Maybe the legislature will come through. I got an email from a teacher, I won't say who, but a teacher that said, I'm leaving. I can't afford to work in the state of Florida anymore. And she referenced, I think it was Massachusetts. Anyway, I did a little research, and Boston spends over $31,000 a student. And I just wanted to put that in perspective. And I think most people, if they compare us to what some countries that are passing us by when it comes to their academics, their student performance, they're spending more than Boston is and have placed a much higher focus on this. One other thing, if you could provide to us at maybe the next meeting. We know that the state's percent of budget devoted to education and K through 12 in particular has gone consistently down. I would also like to know, going back to 2000, actually I'd like to start at 2000, then I'd like to go back to right before the lottery was implemented to see what, had they kept the same percentage of their budget as they had they done that?
No, had they, I thought you were saying have they. No.
Had. If they had kept that percent the same, what would we be seeing in terms of our total budget from the state, our BSA, or FEFP, whichever one you want to give to us? I just want to see the magnitude of, I mean, I know that the state, like any government, has to look at their priorities and has to adapt their priorities to their environment. And for instance, if you have an aging population in the state, you're going to be shifting your money away from youth programs and more to elderly programs. In Orange County, we have had a younger population. Our population has grown younger. I think our average age is actually younger than Miami-Dade County now. So in our case, as our population has grown younger, the state needs to be allocating more money, relatively speaking, and I don't think that the state's population has grown younger. So your demographer, Tommy, he would be able to help with that. I just want to be able to frame this so people can understand. And when I say people, I'm talking the general public. Yes, I would like all of our employees to understand why we're in this situation, but more than that, I'd like the general public, because I think the only chance of changing things is for the general public to become as concerned and alarmed as we are inside the education field. It just doesn't seem, it doesn't seem that we are getting through to the state in our little microcosm world. And so anyway, if you can help us with some of that data, I think it will help inform us, and hopefully it'll help us inform others. All right, thank you. Dr. Castor-Dental, you want to close us out on a positive note?
I don't think you want me then.
No, never mind.
So I was just going to add that this legislature, like many other legislatures in the recent years, is even considering rolling back child labor law protections. So when you go and you think that surely they'll listen when we talk about how this affects children, don't make those assumptions. There is a very strong corporate influence in Tallahassee that seeks favorable tax cuts and things that don't benefit the citizens and public services. So it is important to continue to try to educate our legislators across the board, because they're otherwise ignorant of a lot of things. They have to know a lot of things about a lot of things in Tallahassee. They're not experts in education. They're not experts in healthcare, but they have to make decisions on every topic that comes up. So the more we can inform them, the better chance we have. I just don't think our odds are great, but they'll be even fewer if we don't attempt to educate them. So there, I landed the plane.
All right. All right, Dr. Vasquez, any closing comments for us?
So the team has gotten some great notes from the thoughtful conversation the board has had. We'll go back to the drawing board, and we'll come back probably end of January, mid-February with what we propose or more data. But I know that we will do everything we can to ensure that we're providing the best for our students with the dollars that we have allocated. And I just hope everyone has an incredible holiday, time to spend time with family and friends, and really appreciate all that we have. As many problems as we recognize that are in our lives, there are so many things to be thankful for. And happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. For the board members who are able, we are going to stay around and run a quick rehearsal for tomorrow. And I hope that's everybody that's here.